Missing. Good evening, everyone. I'd start by humbly acknowledging the land in which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands is the Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And for the record, we have Councillor Ball joining us on Teams. And if Councillor Ball, you have your camera on during voting, for voting purposes, please. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register now at the Legislative Services desk located to my right. As will be the only time we'll be calling upon those who have registered to speak. Following your submission, please remain available for questions from council. You must register to speak prior to the start of the agenda item to which you're speaking, and registered delegations are permitted for 5 minutes and must remain on topic. Before we adopt the agenda, does anyone wish to serve a notice of motion? Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Keith McGrath, Utility Services. I, Councillor Keith McGrath, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration and at the October 24, 2023 Council meeting. That administration be directed to review and provide forward a bylaw or bylaw amendments that allow for withholding access to municipal utility services where there is a history of unpaid amounts owing for these services, including the landfill.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Can someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Can someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Councillor Dogar.
Excuse me. Sorry. This is by mistake.
Thank you. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the recommendations contained in items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 be approved.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Straub.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
And all in favor? Thank you. It's carried unanimously. This evening, the first item I'd like to address is the Poverty Homeless Awareness Week proclamation. Whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is committed to building a welcoming and inclusive community for all. And whereas the International Day for Extradition of Poverty has been recognized throughout the world on October 17th since 1987. Whereas, according to the Poverty Reduction Network, some groups are at higher risk of living in poverty, including children, seniors, unattached individuals, people in sole caregiving families, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, recent immigrants, refugees, ethnocultural and radicalized groups, women, and 2SLGBTQIA+ individuals. Whereas, recent increases in inflation and the cost of living have created additional challenges for those living in poverty, while highlighting the need for social, mental, and economic support services in the region. Whereas the Poverty Reduction Network works to raise awareness and strengthen public understanding of poverty and homelessness through its local campaign, Action Against Poverty. Now therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim October 16th to October 22nd, 2023 as Poverty and Homeless Awareness Week. And right now, moving on to presentations, we have Fort McMurray Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism's quarterly update. I'd like to invite Kevin Weidlich, CEO of Fort McMurray Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and members of council and all of those in attendance this evening and watching online. My name is Kevin Weidlich, and I'm the President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. And on behalf of our board and our staff, I'm pleased to be here today to provide you with an update on our activities. For today's presentation, I'll open things up with a brief introduction. I'll share some key highlights since our last report, and I'll close off with a look ahead into some of the initiatives that we have underway. Since our last presentation, our teams continue to advance our major economic development and tourism programs to support our 5-year strategic plan, and by extension, this supports Council's strategic priorities. Today, I'll speak to the impacts of some of our programs that are having, including a few of our startup YMM programs and our workforce immigration support program. Additionally, I'll touch on new developments in our retail and commercial recruitment strategy, also known as retail and commercial analysis, and the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Place brand, and of course our economic reconciliation and relationship building activities. So our startup YMM programs help to grow local businesses and entrepreneurship. We often talk about the millions in local spending that leaves the region each year due to the gaps that we have in retail and commercial offerings. Filling those gaps is equally about growing local businesses to succeed, to provide those goods and services. It's also about attracting outside businesses to set up shop here so we can keep that spending within the region. We have several startup programs that support local entrepreneurs as they start and grow their businesses, whether it's in industrial technology or retail-based businesses. And over the last few months, we've worked with several startup YMM member businesses to help them make connections with large companies and customers with the intent of increasing local business opportunities. We've rallied behind about a dozen local startup YMM companies by sponsoring and guiding them on how to showcase their business at the Oil Sands Trade Show and Conference, the Inventures Conference in Calgary, and the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce Fall Trade Show and Artisan Market. The businesses on your slide took part in our Industrial Connection Program, the Technology Industry Connections Program, and the Retail Connection Programs. And this is just a sampling and a snippet of the various companies that have participated in this programming. And here's a short anecdote. Tim Dick, the owner of Best Culture Solutions, shared his testimonial with us about his experience in this program. The Retail Connections Program opened the door to being able to test the market for Tim's business in the trade show and equipped Tim with the knowledge needed to be successful. And as a result, Tim's made over 30 strong business connections, and the trade show was a complete success from his perspective. Tim is just one of many startup YMM members who have found early success in our region. He recently joined forces with Infinity Métis Corp to form a new joint venture company called Infinity Culture Solutions. And this is just one example of several examples that come from startup YMM. Infinity Culture Solutions is focused on providing a wide range of expertise and services such as recruiting, HR and strategic planning, and HR and policy development, and much more. Congratulations to both Infinity Métis and Infinity Culture Solutions on this individual and joint success. Our work in attracting new business and private investment, I'll speak briefly about the progress we're seeing in our Workforce Immigration Support Program, also referred to as the WISP in short. To recap, I presented on this before, this program helps employers and businesses address labor shortages while at the same time fast-tracking permanent residency for temporary foreign workers already in the region, or graduate international students at Keano College, and newcomers already working in other parts of Canada on a work visa to relocate here. Overall, the program supports workforce attraction, retention, and integration, and aids in steady population growth and contributes to our diversity. On average, our organization processes about 45 endorsement letters, which represents new residents coming in filled jobs into the region. That's more than 300 new jobs filled so far this year, and we're still counting. And this is helping families just like the Barnett family from the Philippines who are pictured in the slide. I had a chance to chat with his family, and they told me that this program not only helped them to bring their family to the region, but they were also able to find employment for all relatives and to stay here. And they were considering moving to Ontario. It's just one little success story, of which there are literally dozens upon dozens as a result of this program. Our next is an update on our commercial and retail data. So we use the findings from our recently updated retail and commercial recruitment strategy that helps to attract new business. Our research is telling us that there's even more demand for goods and services than we've previously identified. And a few key developments. It's a $2.3 billion market in this region with a spending potential of roughly 1.8, that's larger than the spending potential compared to 2021. So it's grown from 2.3 billion from 1.85 billion. There's more than 1 million square feet deficit of commercial and retail offerings. I think we all know that. We all feel it and see it every day. And there's additional square foot development, about 250,000 square foot development can be supported. So that means that there's a market leakage of $850 million a year. So that can be captured, and that's the effort that we're undertaking. And these increases can be attributed to overall increased spending. Some of it's related to inflation and a combination of several factors. But this information reinforces our attractiveness in the eyes of commercial and retail land developers and retailers and makes our business case to invest in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. It makes the case that much stronger. And we're seeing the corresponding increase in interest from land developers and owners. The Fort McMurray Airport's Aurora Landing is gaining interest, and there's increased interest from retailers to work with other developments on the Parsons Creek Town Centre. So far, for the whole region, we're tracking more than 600,000 new square footage of new committed development that's under consideration. We track this number. It gives us an early indication of how we're doing with filling market need, and it will still take years to fill that demand and to realize those projects, yet we're still trending in the right direction. Next, I'd like to mention that our community place brand, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, has received global recognition by an international leader in branding, tourism, and destination marketing. In his latest edition of Place Branding, the book on the slide, the author, Bill Baker, references our region as a case study example of how to engage local citizens in the creation of a place brand strategy for economic development. His work is used by cities and regions around the world, and to be acknowledged so early on in our journey, so early on in our efforts in marketing our region, it's truly remarkable. This recognition doesn't belong to one single organization, certainly not ours alone. Yes, we do the heavy lifting, but it's only through the adoption of the brand by the municipality, the shareholders, the rights holders, and the many organizations and residents in the region that gives it its true value. The entire community sells our region to potential investors, visitors, and residents, and the place brand assists with that. This is a huge win for our region, and yet another step towards telling our story about life here in the way that we want it to be told. Lastly, our final goal area for our strategy I'll speak to is related to our work on organizational excellence, particularly in the space of economic reconciliation. We're establishing an Indigenous Economic Action Committee to advise and support regional economic development and tourism initiatives in Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. This committee will provide guidance on economic actions that benefit Indigenous peoples and work collaboratively to ensure that regional economic development and tourism initiatives are inclusive, respectful, and reflective of Indigenous perspectives. The committee will make recommendations and report back to our board on a quarterly basis, and the committee will include Indigenous business and community leaders, and will include at least one member who is an elder. Frederick McDonald, one of the members of our board of directors, will be the chair of this committee, and we've just recently sent invitations to potential committee members, and will soon meet for the first time. And we anticipate the committee to be operating before the end of this year. So I'll close things off by looking ahead to a few key stakeholder and rights holder engagements activities that we're planning. Momentum is happening at the end of this month on October 26th. This forward-looking event will take a closer look at innovation in our region and the many opportunities that we have to grow and attract innovation-related businesses and jobs in Fort McMurray Wood-Buffalo. And also at the end of the month, we're co-hosting our first post-throne speech reception in collaboration with our two local MLAs, Brian Jean and Tanny Yao. This provincial relationship building opportunity will help us to create deeper dialogue with the Alberta government on their priorities for the year ahead as they relate to our region in Fort McMurray Wood-Buffalo. Then, early in the new year, our organization, in partnership with Indigenous Tourism Alberta, will be hosting the very first Indigenous Tourism Summit in our region. This summit will bring together Indigenous communities, organizations, businesses, and budding entrepreneurs to discuss ways to create sustainable and viable tourism sector focused on sharing Indigenous culture and experiences with visitors and residents alike. Thank you, Your Worship. I am gladly respond to any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. We appreciate the update. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Kevin, for the information. It's always exciting to get the numbers and so on and so forth. But I do have a question. Are we tracking or at the very least attempting to track all of the reasons behind closures? I continually see business closures, and it somewhat contradicts some of the information. And of course, some of it can be attributed to poor business practices and such. But if there are other reasons, are we endeavoring to try and find out what is happening with some of these business closures?
So good question around closures of business. So all successful economies have businesses closed and open all the time.
Yep, agreed.
Right? So we do track the trend, and the trend is up in terms of the numbers of operating businesses, licenses, all of that. So it's a trend upward, not a trend downward. So as far as the specific reasons for business closures, I don't have that information in front of me. We don't take a concerted effort at a macro level to determine the underlying reasons at a macro level for business closures, because we recognize that's how economies function. As far as specific underlying reasons, I think it may be worthy of some research, but to be honest, I would look into that if we were at a net zero or a negative, not in a growth mode.
Interesting. Okay, fair enough. From a layman's perspective, I see the closures more than I see the openings. So it doesn't look like that from the outside looking in. So that's the reason for the question.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, giving me a chance. Thank you, Kevin. It's a very good presentation. Last time I visited your office. This time I wanted to visit. Some colleague of mine also asked me to go and visit and see the things, but I couldn't locate your office. So is it there on Google's or internet or not? You are, I think, in the process of shifting.
That's correct. Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Yes, we've recently moved into our new office space, so it's located on the corner of Main Street and Biggs Avenue. So many residents will recognize the old Garden Cafe or the Campbell's Music Building. We have recently relocated into that building, just literally the beginning of last week.
Okay. My question is that you said economic reconciliation. What is economic reconciliation?
So I'm not an expert in the field, so please bear with me if I get the exact terminology incorrect, but it's our response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, specifically TRC recommendation number 92, which is a commitment to undertake activities to ensure that Indigenous peoples are able to fully participate in the economy.
Okay, fine. Another question, how do you develop tourism? Which spots you make them visit, or which spots you inspire them?
So our tourism strategy can be found online through our economic development and tourism strategy. Specifically with regards to tourism, we have a focused approach to tourism development. Our region, tourism in our region is significantly underdeveloped for a whole variety of reasons, which I won't go into in response to your question. The two primary areas that we spend time and effort focusing on is individual sport tourism, so that's attracting individual sporting events to our region, and then developing tourism operators and product. As I mentioned, the tourism industry is underdeveloped in our region. So by supporting entrepreneurs, making sure they get access to grants and to opportunities to scale their business, to have larger tourism offerings, that's how we can develop a tourism industry. So this is not a short-term exercise. This is a very long-term exercise. And when I say very long-term, I'm talking 10 years or longer to see any sort of significant growth in the tourism sector in our region.
I think you also hire seasonal employees to promote tourism. Do they escort the people to particular sites?
I beg your pardon? I didn't understand that question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You hire seasonal employees, educated people, to, I think, escort the tourist to different places.
Not exactly.
Okay.
So we do hire, we will hire summer students to activate tourism opportunities and product and to help those products develop to become large. A good example is the Athabasca Tribal Council's Cultural Festival. That is an early stage cultural offering that can grow over time to become a significant tourism attraction. So we have summer students that help us, help to activate those types of events.
But that event is only once a year.
That's correct.
You have some other events also like that?
There are others. Yes, that's correct.
Which are those?
So off the top of my head, we provide different levels and different types of supports. They could be up in Fort Chipewyan. They could the Fish Derby, for example. There are other events that take place over the course of the year. I don't have a list in front of me. I'm afraid I can't answer that directly. Nevertheless, I can send an email and share that. Mm-hmm. I want to underscore a point. We're at the earliest stages of tourism development. Most of the work, first of all, seasonal employees are here in the summer months, and only that.
How many they are?
They're not here at the moment because they're back at school, but I think we employed 3.
Okay, fine. One thing, you see, you use the term industrial help. What help you give to industry?
So I haven't used that term, Chair. So we have an industry connections program where we assist businesses.
Industry help, you use this word. Some assistance, maybe in the form of expertise, maybe in the form of know-how, maybe some interaction with other industries of the region.
So we offer an industry connections program that assists businesses that want to do business with the oil sands sector and in that industry, and we provide them with connections, and we take them through some coaching and training programs to ensure that they're able to have a coherent product offering if they're at the early stages of their business.
Thank you very much. Your replies are appropriate, and no need of email. I hope I visit you and I educate myself from your experiences.
You'd be most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Kevin. Camp Yogi, which is on a lake in Anzac, believe they have a vital tourism area. Is Fort McMurray-Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism collaborate with Camp Yogi to highlight this tourism area?
Indeed, we do. So we assist with promoting them through our online channels, and our tourism development team works with Camp Yogi on developing their product so that it can become market ready, which is a tourism industry term.
So where do you advertise this?
If you go to rmwb.ca, you should see Camp Yogi, and we also promote it through social media channels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. I'm just wondering where we are with Passings North plan, the Timberley area, and then you were talking about extra $250,000 spaces are being identified or that we can still fill. So I just wanted to know what we're doing with that. I know it's going to take some time, but any updates? And then,
yeah, I think I can share some information. So I'm pleased to report that my team, along with a representative from the municipality, were in Toronto just this last week at the ICSC convention. That's the International Council of Shopping Centers convention, which is really where these types of deals get made. And so we know that there are several dozen retailers that have expressed interest in the Parsons Creek Town Centre. Where they are in those types of transactions, we don't have any visibility because that is between the developer and those retailers, but those retailers do come to us to get the regional data and the backup information that helps them to make a business decision. So we certainly have seen a significant throughput of that level of interest. As far as the specifics of the names of the stores that want to move in, I don't even have that information. Those are kept pretty confidential by the developer until such time as they have a deal with the retailer. And as far as the progress on the Parsons Creek Town Centre with the municipality, that's something really for planning and development to perhaps speak to at a later date.
So thank you for the response. I know you might not be involved with the retailers, whether it's Winners or whoever it is, but you are, I believe you are involved with the developers to ensure that we get started with the project. Is
Indeed.
that correct?
That's correct. So we make a point of, we market the entire region as a place for retailers to come and to share with them the business opportunity. So Parsons Creek is one of those developments. Others include Prairie Creek, the new Aurora landing that the airport has, and several others, the list of which it's actually quite a compelling list. So we routinely meet directly with retailers and share with them the overall offering. But as far as the actual transaction, that's between them and the developer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have the report on the 2023 External Audit Service Plan. So I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, our Chief Financial Officer, Sanjeev Rajani, and Andrew Geary, Deloitte LLP, joining through our Teams meeting.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Under the MGA, municipalities are required to have an external audit service plan provided by an external auditor. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo has a contract with Deloitte LLP, who conducts this external audit for us. This evening, we have Andrew Geary and Sanjeev Rajani, who are joining us virtually to present the plan. I will pass it over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Laurie. Thank you, Your Worship, and fellow council members. We're happy to be here this evening to present the audit plan for the year ending December 31, 2023. I'm the partner responsible for the conduct of the audit, and with me is Sanjeev Rajani, who's the senior manager that works with me to complete the audit. Our plan has been circulated. I will now ask Sanjeev to run through the plan and pull out the key points that we're required to communicate to yourselves as those charged with governance. Sanjeev?
Thank you, Andrew. I will start on page 1 of our executive summary page and be happy to take any questions at the end. So we've been asked to perform an audit of the municipality's consolidated financial statements in accordance with public sector accounting standards as at and for the year ended December 31st, 2023. Our materiality for the year has been set at $25.7 million, which is our ending materiality balance from prior year. We will update our materiality as we receive current year financial information and as we progress through our audit work. We will report to you any uncorrected misstatements or disclosure deficiencies greater than our reporting threshold of 5% of materiality, or anything we may consider qualitatively material. Also documented here is a summary of our significant risk areas, which are broken down into more detail starting on page 3. The majority of our risk areas are consistent with prior year. Revenue recognition and management override of controls are required to have a presumed risk of fraud as per our professional standards. And in addition, we again have significant risks around tangible capital assets, deferred revenue, and accounts payables. In terms of changes from prior year, I would like to bring your attention to page 6 and 7 of our report. There are 2 significant standards which were required to be adopted by the municipality in the year. The first relates to the adoption of PS 3280, asset retirement obligations, and the second is the adoption of PS 3450, financial instruments, as well as related standards that were required to be adopted together with financial instruments. The work for the adoption of these standards is quite a significant undertaking by administration, and we have been in communication with them throughout the past year as they progress through the adoption of these standards. Once administration has completed their adoption work, we will proceed with our testing on the assumptions and judgments and any entries and disclosures related to those standards. Moving along to page 8, the audit of the municipality is a group audit. Listed here are the components which we assess on a consolidated basis, and also documented here is the level of assurance we provide on a standalone basis as well. We have included our preliminary materialities based on the ending numbers for prior year, and these numbers will be updated as we progress through our work. That is the balance of what I'd want to go through in our report. Appendix 1 summarizes our communication requirements. Appendix 2 has our timelines as agreed to with administration, and Appendix 3 is a summary of the new and upcoming accounting standards. For those relevant for the current year, I've already touched on. With that, we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. Will Deloitte devise a plan to minimize the risk encountered in the audit?
Through the chair, so to clarify, Councillor Stroud, what do you mean by risk? So for us, we look at the risk of material misstatement in the financial statements. And so the whole audit approach is built around identifying where those risks are the greatest and then focusing our testing on those. So is that what you mean, or are you talking about another type of risk?
Okay, so we've had reoccurring on the tangible capital assets. So that's what I'm questioning.
Right. So yeah. So to what I was saying. So we look at where the most likely or the most significant areas where misstatements might occur. Tangible capital assets, given the size of the municipality, given the other departments that are involved in generating the information required for that accounting, that creates inherent risk of misstatement. So it's not to say that the processes aren't good enough or anything like that, but just the nature of the balance means it's more likely that if there is a misstatement, that's where it would apply. So consistently over the years, we've identified that as an area because of those inherent risks, and we continue to do so. I would comment that we have seen great progress over the years I've been involved in terms of the processes in place, and we've definitely seen the amount of adjustments coming out of that area reduce significantly over the last 5 years. But given the inherent risk, we've kept it as a significant risk area for this year's audit.
And I just need to know, do tangible capital assets correlate with an asset management plan?
They would in terms of additions and disposals, absolutely. So as assets are built and added, the expenditure on those assets is capitalized and added to the balance sheet. And as assets are disposed of, they would be removed from the balance sheet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Lori. My questions are to you, and then ultimately I switch over to them. You carry the external audit every year, or it's once a while?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the requirement for an external audit annually is under the MGA, so they conduct this on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. What I feel that these auditors are done to prevent frauds and also to educate people. Sir, do you find some complaints or objections, and in next year, do you see that they are being eradicated and the staff is being trained or educated to improve that particular fault?
So we have not identified any fraud. And to be clear, the purpose of the audit is not to identify fraud. It's not a forensic audit. It is to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not misstated. Having said that, fraud is a risk of misstatement, so we do consider it. We would do some procedures around fraud to do our best to identify if the statements are misstated as a result. We do generate a recommendation letter for management every year, covering any improvements that we identify that could be made. And over the years, we have generally seen those recommendations being implemented without any issues.
Thank you very much. Don't take any offense to my saying that frauds. You know, frauds are deducted in the same way, and our administration is the most honest, and there's no problem in it. But theoretically speaking, yes, to prevent everything, it's being done. To take it like that, to prevent incompetency, auditing is done. And do you carry out the training, or do you ask Lori to do it, or the local director to train the people? Madam? Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, it was a question for me or for Lori? I think it was for me.
You want the question again, sir?
No, I just, I wanted, the question was for me, sir, yes?
Okay, you're welcome, sir.
Yeah, no, we do not provide training, no. And that might be difficult from an independence perspective. So any training of staff would be under administration's directive.
Thank you. Madam, do you carry out some training for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we certainly do ensure that the staff that are in the various areas are knowledgeable and they have support and coaching from their supervisors. And if an identified need has been made aware of the management team, we would definitely put a plan into place to ensure they're supported.
Thank you very much. At least accountability is done in one way or the other. That's the idea. Thank you.
Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you, Director, and thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. I guess I just want to clarify a couple things for myself and maybe some people that are watching. This is just an overview of the process that you're going to be doing, right? We're at the beginning stages, and so you're presenting what's going to happen when we have risk areas. They're basically going to be risk areas every year, and so I think sometimes the confusion is that we see the same risks every year, but because of the municipality of this size, the capital assets will always be a risk because of how much we have. And so it's not to state that anything's going wrong, but it's to state that these are the risks that you're looking for and going into it. Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, you're absolutely correct. You understand exactly. This is the plan for the 2023 audit. We will be doing that in two phases: an interim and a final. The final in March. The interim, I'd have to double check the plan, but I think, is that November or December, Sanjeev? October, sorry. So yes, so later this month. But you're absolutely correct. The risks here are the areas that we will focus on looking forward. It's not, we're not in the position of having actually identified issues and reporting those yet.
Awesome. I super appreciate that. And a question with the two new areas on the capital retirement. Is that what it was? Sorry if I get the language right.
Asset retirement.
Asset retirement. Now, do we amortize assets over a certain amount of time? Is that part of what you're doing, or is it just actually just seeing if we just have a plan to actually retire and replace?
So through the chair to Councillor Wheel, so assets are depreciated over time. However, this is a new requirement where the municipality and administration are required to identify future obligations that may arise with respect to the capital assets of the municipality, and to establish a liability on the balance sheet for those future costs. The single biggest area where those are being identified across the country is around asbestos in old buildings. So administration is working through their project to identify any of these obligations that they have for remediation of items like that across their capital asset base, and working to establish what that provision will be. So they're making good progress on that, and as Sanjeev would say, we will then audit the results of that work starting in October and completing it in March.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. To bring that down to the local level, would we say that one of those assets is like when we're talking about the Frank Lacroix Arena, when we were worried about it being shut down due to asbestos, and then we've done a full investigation and realized that it's not, but those are the assets that they look at? Would you consider that something that they're looking at?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's an excellent example.
Okay.
And I think Andrew agrees with you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry, Larry.
He's smiling. That's a good sign. Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Banjogo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. During the Municipal Corporate Planning and Finance training at the convention, and I'm glad we were both in that meeting, something was mentioned about direct reporting from the external auditors to council, to mayor and council. Is that in our process? And if that's not there, why is that not applicable to us? Because I think I've actually brought up a similar point before I attended the training. So if possible, I would like to see us do align ourselves with the expectations. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjogo, The Deloitte LLP is required to report directly through to council as required under the MGA, and to the point with the training that you received. I think where there may have been a bit of a distinction in what we had historically presented to you maybe a year ago now was we also have an internal audit function. And that internal audit function, for those findings, I report directly to council through the CAO, and the internal auditors are reporting to me. But that's an internal audit function, which is a distinction from the external audit function, who is completely independent of administration and their processes.
So who did they report to? Their findings?
The internal auditors.
External. I'm talking about external.
Is going to report back to you in March of 2024 on what they find from the December 2023 fiscal year.
Okay, and during the training, we're supposed to be with the external auditors alone in the room and have discussions with them. And again, it's not like we suspect anything, but it's part of the process, and I hope that we would follow that.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that was a recommendation that the CFO who presented said that he always puts that forward, and certainly I have no problem stepping out if you want to have that private conversation with the external audit.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the reporting. Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2023 External Audit Service Plan, as provided by the external auditors Deloitte LLP, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any debate, discussion, or comments of council, or any more questions? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you for your time, Sina.
Thank you. Next up, we have bylaw number 23/020, Committee's bylaw amendment for the Community Investment Program Approval Committee, which is being presented for the second and third readings tonight. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting an amendment to the committee's bylaw for the establishment of the Grant Approval Committee. On July 11th, 2023, Council approved the Community Investment Program Policy, FIN 220, and passed a motion that directed administration to bring forward an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 1724. The amendment is for the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee to be the grant approving committee for the 2024 funding year.
The Grant Approval Committee will allocate the budgeted grant amounts for the Community Sustaining Grant, the Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grants, and Games Legacy Grant to the highest scoring applicants in alignment with Council's funding priorities. CIP Policy FIN 220 outlines Council's responsibility to appoint members to the Grant Approval Committee who will allocate funding that is approved by Council during the 2024 budget process. Having the Community Investment Program Advisory Committee function as the Grant Approval Committee will ensure a fulfilled mandate to review the Community Investment Program, seeing through the new policy as it is implemented in the 2024 grant cycle. Based on their experience in this role, CPAC will usher in a strong process for the future Community Investment Program Approval Committee members. The CIP review final report highlighted the best practices of other community investment programs. The report indicated that it is rare for grant approvals to be publicly decided by Council, as most comparable investment programs allocate funding per an approval committee. Current members of the committee represent rural and Indigenous, small and large nonprofits, industry and funders, and public at-large community members. CPAC's decisions will be governed by an equitable scoring process, funding priorities that were approved by Council, and strengthened by their subject matter expertise in community initiatives.
The recommended motion is that bylaw number 2320 be an amendment to the committee's bylaw 17024, specific to amending Appendix K and delegating grant approval authority to the Community Investment Program Approval Committee for 2024 for the following grant programs: Community Sustaining Grant, Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grant, and Games Legacy Grant be approved. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So this approving authority that is being given to the committee, is this similar to what was done with Community Services Committee in the past? Or
Through,
how? Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam. It's a good presentation. Thank you for that. I just want to ask you, these CAPs are the grants given to non-profits. Am I right? There are over 300 non-profits. How do you monitor them? You have some procedure for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, yes, there's a reporting requirement back on the funding, so there's 6-month reports and annual reports required from agencies.
So it is all paperwork which they send you. Am I right?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the majority of it is paperwork, but then there's some feedback as well from anyone that attends the events or has questions about it.
Madam, thank you. I would recommend it. There should be some physical check also. Maybe your managers, maybe your supervisors, maybe you yourself at random, because I have visited few, about 13, 14, and some are very good and few are not good. So I bring it to your notice. So please, a random check to the physical site should also be there. Thank you very much.
Do you have any other questions from council? Not seeing any, so thank you. Do we have any other delegates to this item?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no registered delegates for this item.
Thanks. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 23/020 being an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 17/024, specific to amending Appendix K and delegating grant approval authority to the Community Investment Program Approval Committee for 2024 for the following grant programs: Community Sustaining Grant, Community Capital Grant, Community Impact Grant, and Games Legacy Grant be read a second time.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Someone second that. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do we have any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the second or third reading? Sorry, for the third reading? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 23/020 be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Someone second that motion. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other debate, discussion, or comments? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I think you need to stay there, Deanne. Next up, we have bylaw number 23/021, Committee's Bylaw Amendment for the Homeless Initiative Strategic Committee, which is being presented for the second and third readings tonight. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge to remain seated, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the report, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me is Janelle Fleury, Manager of Community Partnerships and Initiatives. We are presenting an amendment to the committee's bylaw for the establishment of the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee, or HISC, as a council-appointed committee. The municipality is the community entity and Indigenous entity receiving federal and provincial dollars towards ending homelessness. All communities that receive funding from the designated community stream and Indigenous homelessness stream are required to have a community advisory board.
A community advisory board has officials from all levels of government, community stakeholders, and the private and voluntary sectors. The community advisory board plays a key role in establishing priorities to prevent and reduce homelessness, encourages partnerships, coordinates community efforts, identifies priorities through a planning process, and integrates the efforts with the provincial and federal governments. The Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee, or HISC, has been operational for over a decade with tenured members representing the various sectors. There have been challenges with membership and obtaining quorum for this committee recently, which in turn could put us at risk of non-compliance with the federal directive. Having the HISC committee as a council-appointed committee would align the strategic priorities to council's priorities, provide an avenue for council to be directly involved in the local issues and solutions to homelessness, and synergize efforts between council and other levels of government. Other levels of government regularly attend meetings where important topics relating to preventing and ending homelessness are discussed. Having HISC as a council-appointed committee would allow for municipal elected officials to have direct input on strategic decisions made by the committee.
The HISC committee would allocate the federal and provincial government's budgeted grant amounts to the Community Plan on Homelessness funded agencies. This function would align the funding approval process to other grant programs administered by the municipality, including CIP. HISC's funding decisions would be governed by the federal and provincial directives with input from council's strategic priorities and strengthened by subject matter expertise of committee members. Across the 7 cities of Alberta, we have seen successful examples of other regions having the Community Advisory Board as a council-appointed committee. The recommended motion is that bylaw number 2321, being an amendment to the committee's bylaw 1724, specific to the establishment of the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee, be approved. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you again. Do we have any questions from council? Not seeing any. Do we have any other delegates to this item? Olive?
Mr. Mayor, we have one registered delegate.
Thank you. So just we'll wait for that delegate. So Olive Wooden, Homeless Initiative Strategic Committee. Just a reminder, Olive, just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present and just stay on topic. And please.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Olive Wooden, and I am I'm the chair presently of the HISC committee. I'm long serving on that committee for about 9 years now, and I'm here to speak in favor of this motion because of the points that the ladies have presented over the last probably 2 years now. We have struggled to fill our slate of committee members. And so in asking for your support, we would be able to reach a broader spectrum of our population by the recruitment strategy that you already have in place. We know that this is one of the most, everybody says their initiative is the most important, but the homelessness in our community, since I have been on this committee, we have seen slow and steady progress of reaching that zero balance that we so want. In the HISC committee, the main people ask me, what do we do? Well, yes, we look at the money that the federal government and the provincial government provide for us. But the reason we really stay on that committee is because of the people. We just recently in our community saw that movement of people in need into a safe shelter so that come now the wintertime, they don't have to be on the street. And the HIS committee isn't directly involved in those moves. That's the administration and the wonderful work that we have with the support of the municipal employees. So we're asking that, and my support, the support I ask for is to give us this next evolutionary point. We've been an independent group of people who just had passion to end the homelessness. We just need assistance right now to fill all the slate of the variety. We talk about diversity and inclusion in our region all the time. We have the people out there, we just don't have the reach from our committee members to find them, and that's why we are asking for this change for the HIS committee. It's a really important place that we keep these people safe and moving towards that home that everybody has and that we want for everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your presentation, and thank you for all the work you do. And you're right, it is about the people and not really about numbers and anything. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam. It's a very nice presentation, very educative, and the most sacred work you do, the homelessness. You know, one can imagine how the man is in distress, worried once he doesn't have the shelter. I have such like experiences, and I appreciate your services. I want to ask you, you have some building where you accommodate the like shelter? You have a shelter?
No, sir. I through the chair to Councillor, I actually am a member at large on the committee. So I have over time I've represented different sectors of the community, but right now myself I'm just a member at large and the chair of this committee. So I'm not directly involved in the housing. There are shelters within our community that come to us for that federal and provincial funding that we administer.
It is around Fort McMurray or
yes.
Other cities also? Fort
No,
McMurray.
Our committee is directly responsible for the housing in this area.
So how many people you have on your list who provide some shelter to the homeless? 5, 10, 1, 2?
Oh, I don't have those exact. I could ask administration if they have those numbers. I didn't bring numbers in front of me. It varies depending on the level of housing that is available for the different people, because they're taken in on an input form from the street level, and then by their needs they're assessed and put into different levels of housing. The total number I don't have available right at my fingertips.
Thank you very much, madam. Next time if you provide that, maybe sometimes some homeless people comes to us, may ask for the some solution. We can refer that he or she towards you. I have such like experience in the past, and there is a shelter on Prospect Drive, big shelter for ladies. They were very prompt even at 11 o'clock at night, at 12 o'clock at night to accommodate.
Yes, so, thank you. There are numerous intake points around the community.
Yes.
And there is information, I know, on the website already, on the RMWB's website in regards to the progress of our committee and of the homeless situation. Those numbers change on an ongoing basis, and it's a weekly update that the administration actually keep a running record and ongoing support to those people as they come and go from that need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, always a pleasure to see you.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to reiterate the comments of our mayor and in appreciation to yourself and all of those other community members that work tirelessly to deal with the homeless. I also know that administration, just in answer to Councillor Dogar's question, brings recommendations of the funding that filter through the provincial and federal government through, I assume, this committee back to council for approval each and every year. So we do find out that the organizations, what they're getting, what they're involved in and stuff through that process. So also appreciate all that work. A lot of times people don't understand how much work is involved with committees such as yourself when endeavoring to deal with a complex problem like homelessness. It's not a simple solution as putting people in houses. It's a much more complex process that takes a lot of people and a lot of effort and a lot of time and apparently a lot of money from the federal and provincial government to support this. So again, thank you for your service and your time. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one other point that I didn't include was, with this change also, would give the two councillors and the chief administrative officer direct input into our committee conversations. So that would be a big change, and also just in our reduction of red tape, you might say that would be a real asset, because we have a provincial representative and a federal representative at every meeting. So that would be a really good connection for you.
Perfect. Seems like we need a municipal person at the table.
Yes.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Olive, for your passion and support of this initiative. Are you involved with the Twa housing initiative that's coming forward?
Only through the funding approval that has been granted to them. Other than that, we have updates on an ongoing basis as to the near completion and soon to be housing in that facility, but that's as much as we have.
I think that will really support, our homelessness.
Well, it's our first long-term.
Yes.
We've not had permanent supportive housing in our region. We just have had the recycling of people into beds
Hotels.
in various states. So we're very happy that we have that available on a very soon basis.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. Thank you very much, Olive.
You're welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. I just want to say, ma'am, it's always a pleasure to see you come to council chambers, because I've always known you come looking after other people. And I think that homelessness is growing, not in our only community, but it's growing across the nation. And I believe the federal government is on duties on your elected officials here at the table to puncture out some more dollars, because there is vacancies. There's just less grant money. And, you have the START program, many programs here. It's a continuance of lobbying on your behalf. You're really doing the work. We just need to do what we're elected to do. And appreciate you coming to council chambers. And like I say, it's always a pleasure, because you're always here helping people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Brnjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just want to appreciate you for the good works. Works good to see you last week at the program that you had. I'm just wondering if how the population, homeless population, has that increased with the economy, the inflation to everything? What's your experience?
No, we're seeing a reduction. A reduction, yes. It is seasonal, like right now in our last meeting we do see a small influx, but that's seasonal. We do see that come and go as the seasons change as well. But overall, for the 10-year plan that was originally put in place, we have seen a steady decline, with the exception of the years during the fire and the flood. Those two periods, of course, nothing was normal. So. But no, we are working towards that functional zero and getting closer every year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brnjoko. Any other questions from council for the presenter? I'm not seeing it, so thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 23-021 being an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 17/024 specific to the establishment of the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Walkwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Give Councillor Dogar a minute to come in to vote. Councillor Dogar, for your information, we're voting on the second reading of the bylaw amendment. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Weigel.
I move that bylaw number 23/021 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other debate, discussion, or comments from council? Not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have the fiscal responsibility policy, FIN 160. I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to present the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here this evening to present options for the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. On November 22nd, 2022, Council passed a motion directing administration to review and bring forward recommendations to amend the Fiscal Responsibility Policy FIN 160. This was to ensure that appropriate capital budget amendments are brought forward for Council approval. This evening, I'll be presenting the options for a revised policy aligning with the MGA and best practices. This includes the implementation of controls for signing authority and fiscal governance. This presentation will also provide an overview of other jurisdictions as well as summarize the changes from the 2015 version of the policy. The policy intent is to provide a framework and guidance on fiscal responsibility as it relates to operating and capital budget expenditures. The revised policy has been expanded to provide guidance on reserve management and clearly defined responsibilities which will be enforced with the new section on signing authority to manage spending thresholds by position, aligning with the General Delegation Order. Through a cross-jurisdictional review, we have compared the capital spend in RMWB based on the population with other jurisdictions. As demonstrated on this slide, RMWB has the highest per capita spend compared to other jurisdictions we've reviewed. Grand Prairie, St. Albert, and Airdrie have similar permanent resident populations. However, RMWB's 2022 capital budget is higher by 69% than Grand Prairie, 59% than St. Albert, and 33% than Airdrie. Red Deer's population is 28% larger, but their capital spend by comparison is 34% lower. Notably, we are not as large as a major city centre like Calgary and Edmonton, but we do have a high volume of capital spend as demonstrated here. The jurisdictional scan identified a variety of approaches for change authority within each municipality. Calgary and Edmonton have larger thresholds to manage approvals, and smaller municipalities have a range between 50,000 to 500,000, except for Medicine Hat, who have a similar policy to RMWB's current FIN 160, where administration committee can provide approvals where there is no scope change. High-level overview of these findings. In Airdrie, the city manager can approve up to $50,000 per project per year, and they have a $200,000 contingency per year for unexpected projects. Calgary allows the director of a business unit up to $1 million per project, a general manager up to $5 million or 10% to a maximum of $15 million, and together the city manager, CFO, and deputy city manager can authorize expenditures exceeding the adopted budget up to the total amount remaining on a project. In the City of Edmonton, the city manager has the authority to approve up to $5 million for increases to the budget. Grand Prairie allows directors to approve changes up to 10% or $250,000, and the city manager 11 to 20% or $500,000, and council 20% or over, and a threshold of $501,000 and above. Lethbridge allows the city manager to approve changes up to $200,000 or 15% of the original project value. And in Medicine Hat, the CAO may approve up to $500,000 and the admin committee over $500,000. Council approves anything over $500,000 where non-standard or sole sourcing of contracts occurs. Red Deer allows the city manager to approve new capital projects up to $200,000, and we were unable to confirm the process for funding authority increases. So to summarize the changes that we've included in the policy, Section 1, we've updated the general principles to clarify the definitions and responsibility for adjustments to budget, signing authority, and scope. In Section 2, we've expanded the section on responsibilities, identifying additional roles within administration. These additions include the Chief Financial Officer, Directors, and Designated Officers. Section 3, we refine the general procedures to support the updated principles and provide descriptive language to expand the governance of the process. The authority of administration to approve these changes is reliant upon additional funds within the capital contingency where there is no scope change. This includes developing thresholds for capital budget amendments. You will note that there are 3 options that I will be presenting to you this evening, which I will expand on in future slides. Clarity has also been provided on procedures for operating and capital budget reserve use. And finally, we've created a new section on signing authorities, which will align with the general delegation order and system controls for spending limits. I wanted to provide some clarity on the definitions for capital amendments. There are 2 distinct capital amendments. A fiscal amendment is approved through the Capital Planning Steering Committee, which I'll be referring to throughout this deck as CPSC. This includes the CAO, CFO, and members of the senior leadership team. A council amendment is reviewed by CPSC and presented to council for decision. For the purposes of the revised policy, we've categorized each amendment as either a fiscal amendment, which is approved by CPSC and has no scope change, and depending on the option, one of the 3 options I'll be presenting this evening, additional funding may be approved up to a certain threshold or percentage change. The request is for a funding SWOT. For example, we receive grant funding, and the amendment must be within the annual capital contingency, which is a contingency established at the beginning of the year based on a percentage of the annual capital budget and any savings from cancellations or adjustments to capital project budgets. Council amendments will be required when there is a change in scope from the original business case and depending on the new policy chosen where additional funding is requested in excess of a certain value or percentage. The request is to create a new or cancel an approved budget project. And finally, where a fiscal amendment cannot be reasonably accommodated from the capital contingency. The following 3 slides will demonstrate the impact of a fiscal or council amendment where there has been no scope change. So using the data from 2022 and the 17 capital amendments that occurred in that year, this first slide, we're demonstrating option number 1. As shown, there are a variety of variables which would result in a fiscal or council amendment. Option number 1 is summarized by CPSC being able to approve fiscal amendments up to $500,000 of the original capital budget approval and up to $2 million or 50% of the original budget, which are over $500,000. As you can see, this resulted in 9 fiscal amendments that were approved by CPSC and 8 council amendments. Using option number 1 as a baseline, this slide is presenting the change impact to the defined criteria under option number 2. Option number 2 allows CPSC to approve fiscal amendments up to $500,000 of the original capital budget approval and up to $1 million or 25% of the original budgets, which are over $500,000. The line items that are highlighted in yellow demonstrate the variables that would shift from a fiscal amendment to a council amendment. Specifically, for both the items highlighted here, there was a percentage increase from the original budget which exceeded 25%, requiring council approval under this option versus 50% in the previous example. Option number 3 allows CPSC to approve fiscal amendments up to $500,000 of the original capital budget approval, providing it does not exceed 10% of the original budget. The line items highlighted in yellow demonstrate the variables that would shift the fiscal amendment to a council amendment. In this instance, there are only 4 projects that would be approved by CPSC due to the change being under the 10% threshold. The following slides provide detailed changes from the current from the current 2015 FIN 160 policy. Section 1 was expanded to provide additional definitions. Section 2 has been expanded for role clarity, emphasizing responsibilities. Section 3 has expanded to define capital budget increases and restrictions. And Section 3.4 has language around the new section on signing authorities. Under the general procedures, there are new sections which have also been added. Where additional capital funding is requested, funding must come from a combination of the annual capital contingency reserve, internal savings from existing approved capital projects, other uncommitted sources such as grants and off-site levies, or through the cash flow management of other capital projects. Section 3145 has restrictions to the total budget for the CAO and CPSC approval, depending on the option that council will choose. The next section restricts the dollar and threshold depending on the option chosen. And finally, where additional capital funding is requested and exceeds funds available from the sources noted in section 3.1.4.4, council amendments approval is required prior to using either the capital infrastructure reserve or other financing sources. The following new sections have specific dollar values or percentages depending which of the 3 options council approves. Allocations in excess of a defined percentage of the original approved capital budget will require council approval. Allocations in excess of a defined dollar value will require council approval for additional capital budget reallocations exceeding this limit. The CAO may authorize increases for extraordinary events or emergencies attributed to force majeure. The general best practices include policies surrounding signing authority, and this section will support future internal control measures aligning with the general delegation order and system workflow approvals. We have updated sections including distinction of operating and financial reserve management. Operating reserves are the operating reserve emerging issues reserve is defined by the uncommitted balance of the emerging issues reserve in any year that shall not exceed 15% of the prior year's audited net property tax revenue, but in any event is never to be less than $50 million. In the event that council approves spending that will result in an EIR uncommitted minimum balance lower than $50 million, the CAO or designate will recommend a strategy to replenish the EIR in accordance with Section 3.2.2. The capital infrastructure or capital investment reserve, in the event that the reserve is below $50 million, the CAO or designate will recommend a strategy to replenish the reserve. In summary, there are 3 options presented for council consideration. Option number 1, budget amendments up to $2 million with less than 50% increase, and approval for amendments up to $500,000 for the total budget. Option number 2 allows budget amendments up to $1 million with less than a 25% increase, and the ability to approve amendments up to $500,000 for the total budget. Option number 3, budget amendments up to $500,000 with less than 10% increase. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate all the work that went into that. Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Lori. I was just wondering, the CAO and CPSC has approval limit of $500,000. How does this compare to municipalities with similar capital budgets? Like I know with Edmonton, it was up to $5 million.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there's quite a range. If I can present the summary again.
Yeah.
So the $500,000 would be similar to Grand Prairie, where the city manager can approve between 11 to 20% or $500,000. Medicine Hat, city manager can approve up to $500,000, and an administrative committee similar to CPSC approves over $500,000, and city manager for Red Deer is only $200,000. So.
But I was wondering, what was their capital budget in comparison?
My apologies.
No problem.
I do have some numbers here through the chair.
Yeah.
So for Lethbridge, their 2023 capital budget was $93 million. Calgary's capital budget was $4.4 million. Grand Prairie's budget was $4.5 million. Edmonton was $7.9 billion. And Red Deer was $104 million. Our capital budget for the current year is $136 million.
136. Yeah, quite a bit higher. Thank you, Lori. I felt that I thought that was the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair. I guess I got a few questions, and it's more about the approval piece. We keep mentioning CPSC, but I don't see it mentioned at all in the policy and the CAO, and it doesn't talk about the signing authorities in the actual policy. So how does it go through CPSC if they're the approval? Can you hear me, or?
Give you 1 second there, Councillor Ball.
My apologies. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I'm just referring back to the policy. It's been a while since I read all of the details. I understood that the CPSC was in there.
I couldn't find it.
The signing authority, through the chair to Councillor Ball, the signing authority section is on page 81 of your packet and page 5 of 7 on the draft policy.
I have it in front of me. Nowhere do I see CPSC.
Section 1.7, under the definition, speaks to a fiscal amendment. That's definitely an oversight. We speak to the difference between a fiscal amendment. Oh, so section 3.1.4, capital budget reallocations may be authorized as a fiscal amendment by administration through the Capital Project Steering Committee, CPSC.
Here, 3.1.
3.1.4.3, which is on page 3.
Yeah, our pages are different, I think.
Your packet, page 79.
I'm on page 90. 3.1. 3.1.4.3.
3.1.4 speaks to capital budget reallocations may be authorized as a fiscal amendment by administration through the Capital Project Steering Committee, CPSC, provided that, and then there's...
And there's no definition of the CPSC.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, administratively, the CPSC does have a terms of reference for the committee and what it's required to do. Perhaps there was just an assumption that it was an internal document, but it would be helpful for you to see that.
What I'm trying to understand is who has the final say in a fiscal amendment, and ultimately, in my opinion, it should be the CAO. But I don't see that documented anywhere here in this, the final say. It just says they have an authority to make a change, but it doesn't say to what valuation. Like you gave us notices of different, in your jurisdictional scan where the CAO had this valuation or the CFO had that valuation. I don't see that in this particular document. So I was hoping to see that. Is that something we can add?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, this is council's policy, and we can add whatever council would like to see in the policy. And certainly,
I only added the last part because I have to ask a question. So,
sure. The terms of reference for the Capital Planning Steering Committee could certainly be included as an attachment or an addenda to the policy.
Okay. Who forms the CPSC?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that would be myself as a Chief Financial Officer. I'm the chair of the committee. The Chief Admin Officer is also on the committee. We have Director Kelly Hansen, Director Keith Smith, Director Antoine Remp, Director Rachel Orzer, the Director of Engineering, Dennis War. And all of these all of these individuals, actually, through the chair, we have expanded the CPSC governance to include strategic planning, supply chain management, to ensure that we do have a holistic view of the committee, and it's not strictly operations. I believe historically it was more strictly operations.
So we have multiple directors on that committee, as well as the CAO. Who has final say? Does the CAO have one vote, or does he have veto power? The reason I'm asking is that in one of your slides it said CAO and CPSC have authority to authorize an increase in the budget. So to me, that sounds like both have the authority.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, at the end of the day, administration reports through to the CAO, and we would be following the CAO's direction.
Okay, I just wanted to understand. Okay, thank you. So in option 1 and 2, line 1, $100,000 project could potentially become a $500,000 project without council approval, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, we have percentages in there as well, so it would depend on which option, but I don't believe so, no.
Okay, well, it just said, I was a little confused on the first line of option 1 and the first line of option 2, because it kind of said up to a maximum of 500K. It didn't really mention the percentage on that particular line. It comes in on line 2 of each of those options. So can you explain the line 1, what the worst case scenario would be? For option 1 and option 2, they're both the same, so.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I'd have to go back and read exactly what we put in the policy, because this has been amended several times, and the intent is to have that percentage in there so that we're not exceeding a certain dollar value.
Well, I can read it. It's right here. It's in your slide. I don't know what slide it was on. Option 1, the amount is under 500,000 for the total budget. So could a $100,000 project become 500,000 in that case?
If we don't have a percentage in there, then yes, it could be, as long as it doesn't exceed the 500,000. But if we have a restricted percentage applied within the policy, then no, it could not.
Well, it doesn't on that line, because the percentage comes in line 2, where it says the amount under 2 million and does not exceed 50%. So in that case, line B would be worst case scenario is a $4 million project could become 6. Worst case scenario. Anything higher than that would be obviously going to council.
Mm-hmm.
So the line 1, a $100,000 project becoming 500,000 is a 500% increase, and that would be approved through the fiscal policy. So I have some difficulties with that. And I can appreciate that Jane asked what the percentage was, or the values of different capital budgets are, but I hardly think we compare it to Edmonton or Calgary when they're in the multi-billions of dollars of capital. And yes, we may have a higher number, but I think most of that's taken up in 2 projects with rural water and sewer and our waterfront flood mitigation. So our budget's slightly skewed because of 2 very large projects. Would that not be an assumption or a true assumption?
I think environmental services can lend something to that.
To the chair, to Council Board, if I may jump in. The way I understand the definition, if you had the word or instead of and, that's where you would be able to get approval up to 500,000 without having the percentage matter. But because it says budget amendment up to 2 million with less than 50% increase, so if you were to go from 100 to 500, there would be an increase of more than 50%. But then you have the letter and that's why you count both lines together. If the letter, if the word was or, you could just look at the second line without taking into consideration the first line.
Okay, that's fair. I guess my other question is, when you put up the 3 different sheets that show the number of projects that move from one type of approval to another, in my opinion, you just kind of made the case for council to opt for option 3, because, and is this, I guess, tell me, maybe I'm reading it the wrong way, but does that not put the onus on council to make most of the approvals for capital budget amendments?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, if you chose option number 3, if council chose option number 3, that's correct. Then the majority of council amendments or majority of budget amendments would have to come back to council for approval.
Right. And we're the ones that are responsible for approving the capital budget. So I don't really see an issue in that. And option 1 would be less projects come to council for approval, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that's correct.
I would be happy to see every one of them, in my own opinion, but okay, I'll leave it alone for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, CFO, for the presentation. So my question is about the percentage increase, the 50%. Does this compare with other municipalities? Is there anywhere where we have up to or less than 50% could be 49%? Is this compatible with any other municipality that you showed? I might have missed it, but I don't see where there's flexibility up to like 49%, because less than 50 means 49% is okay. But that could be a lot.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, when we did the jurisdictional scan, we saw a huge range. There was inconsistencies across the municipality. Everybody has their own thresholds and their own processes. There were 2 that were similar to the 50%, one being Medicine Hat, where the city manager approves up to 500,000, and then an administrative committee approves everything over 500,000, and the council is only involved if there is basically a direct award or non-standard procurement practices. The decision on budget making is strictly held by the city manager and the admin committee. With the city of Edmonton, they don't have a threshold, or a percentage threshold. It's strictly $5 million. City manager has the authority to approve. Okay. With Calgary, they do have percentages. Airdrie did not have a percentage; they just had a dollar value. So there was quite a range. Red Deer only spoke to the city manager up to 200,000, and we didn't get any additional information.
Okay, thank you. Then, currently, do you build in contingency plans to the budgeting for projects, or how does that work?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, my understanding is that net new projects that have been coming forward do not have contingencies, but there may be some projects that were historically approved that do have contingencies built within them. But the previous CFO had put in requirements that contingencies not be added to projects.
So what are we to expect going forward in terms of contingencies?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, it's standard practice to have a minor contingency built in to a project so that they're not having to constantly to pivot and find additional funding. Mm-hmm. We have been having conversations at the CPSC table and in consultations with the Director of Supply Chain Management as to what would be a reasonable policy to put forward for a percentage. The 10% is a reasonable standard.
Yes.
We're not there yet with our policies.
Okay. I think if we can have built-in contingency plans, when you do come forward, I think it will also help with the processes, because some delays and going back and forth, and in the end, it would only affect the cost of labor and materials and general cost of the projects. Yeah. Again, the 50%, I think I brought up last year. I would like you to still please check and see. I don't know if you saw any that is close to less than 50%. If you do, please, I'd like to have that information.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the jurisdictions that we did reach out to are presented within the presentation with all of the breakdown of those who do have percentages. So no, nobody has 50%. They either have dollar thresholds or a percentage range anywhere from 10 to 20%. So the 50% was one of the options that the team came up with when we were looking at the current policy, which has no percentages and has no dollar values associated to it. It strictly is whether there's been a scope change or not. If there was no scope change, a fiscal amendment was managed by administration, and those approvals were then put into place. So when we did this review, it was not strictly about those dollar thresholds. It was also about reserve management, having a capital contingency that was a very small set dollar value in the grand scheme of things, and not allowing CPSC to make approvals for capital amendments if they exceeded those available funds, and to also ensure that there's restrictions on reserves so that council had to be the approving authority to access a reserve.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Lori. The report indicates that cash flow dollars can be taken from one project to another. How does this recommendation fit with previous policies on this same topic?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that is consistent with the existing policy and processes. So we start the year with a bit of a contingency, which is usually a percentage of the prior year's capital budget. And then there's ins and outs depending on various amendments or cancellations. And we work with those dollars in order to make those fiscal amendments. And if council is approving something of a smaller dollar value, we would probably manage it from there versus going into the CIR.
So will council be advised of closing a previously approved project, no bearing on amount?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that is something that we're working to provide better visibility on for this next budget cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to Director Parkinson. I think I'm on the same lines as Councillor Ball. I would rather see more amendments come to council, so I would support option 3. But I guess the one question, Lori, is I'm just concerned how long this policy took to come back. I think it was November, and we're nearly a year to bring this back to for debate. I'm just curious why the delay, if there's something we could have did different to get it back to council sooner than later.
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, we did bring it back through an in-camera process on 3 separate occasions. I personally was working with the chief admin officer with looking at various different options. And the last time we came back to an in-camera, we had plans to bring it back, and then there was a change in the CAO. So subsequent to that, I've had additional conversations with the interim CAO, and we have come up with this strategy, and hoping that this will, providing these options will, and certainly, you know, depending on council's direction, we can modify as well.
Okay, no, I appreciate your efforts, and I'm just looking for that reasoning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Ball.
Excuse me. Thank you, through the chair. So I just wanted to go back to what Councillor Banjoko had asked or in your answer relative to the 10% contingency. So do I understand this correctly, that we build in a 10% contingency at the original budget phase?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, no, that is not something that we are currently doing. We have had conversations about what would be reasonable for a contingency, and we were looking at policy to bring forward as a recommendation to council. But no, we are not doing that at this time.
So what policy would that be that you could bring forward? A contingency policy?
Under the supply chain management, I'm not sure exactly which policy it would be. My apologies. I have several policies that I would like to bring forward for council approval, one of which is a budget process policy. And supply chain does have existing policies that we're looking at working with them to revise. And it would all tie back into the CPSC committee as far as oversight is concerned.
Okay, thank you. I obviously, you know, I worked this industry for a very long time, and 10% contingency is pretty much a standard, as option 3 is. So, yeah, I absolutely support that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel.
Through the chair, thank you. What kind of delay do we look at when we're coming back to council for an amendment? Is it a quick turnaround? Is there a 3-week wait? My worry, I agree with my colleagues, but my worry is that we're gonna, in a short construction season, we're gonna stall. And so what's the actual turnaround time if there's an amendment needed?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it could be at least a minimum of 4 weeks. And, you know, we have had a lot of discussions at the CPSC table as to what that could potentially look like, depending on which options. We have a 3-week lead time where we have to have everything prepared to go into the system to start the review of our colleagues in preparation for you know, an agenda package that will go to council. So there's a significant lead time just from our internal processes, but on the CPSC side of the equation, we wouldn't want something to just be put in front of council without it being vetted through the CPSC committee. So it's a 4 weeks would be fast tracking it.
So that would be a minimum, but it could be a delay of up to 2-3 months.
Through the chair, it's hard to say. To you know, to be honest, but there will be delays as a result unless we were to implement some form of a strategy to do a fast tracking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess I understand what Councillor Weigel is asking, but that's going to be a one-off that happens very rarely. In most cases, I would make the assumption that you would have your contracts issued long before we break in July, considering construction begins in April. Is that not true?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that would certainly be my assumption. I think we have seen that there can often be delays on capacity for our internal project managers as well as suppliers being able to mobilize in a timely manner. We see a lot of different requests coming forward and unexpected requests for changes. So honestly, every construction season is going to be different.
Exactly. We can't predict the future, but in a perfect world, we do our contracts in February and have our contractors lined up to start when the ground thaws. So worrying about something that might happen in July or August doesn't seem to be a concern to me. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. We can debate in a few minutes. And does anyone have any other questions for CFO? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Have someone make the motion. Councillor Ball?
I'm going to dig it up.
Your hand's still up.
I moved it. I got it right here. I move that the fiscal responsibility policy FIN 160 dated October 10th, 2023 as outlined on attachment 5 be approved.
Can someone second that motion? Councillor Boussier?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any other debate, discussion points, comments from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, through the chair. this could be to my colleague or to administration. I just want to understand the process. We're talking about, in the example that Councillor Ball was just talking about. So when we're doing an amendment, are the amendments happening usually, and obviously they change all the time, are they happening at the time that we're awarding the contract? So are they happening in February, or are they happening amongst contract and then stop the contract, or like the construction actually happening? I apologize for my ignorance. I'm just trying to understand.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I don't see a member of the engineering team here because they would probably be in a better position to answer that question. I can say that we receive business case requests to do adjustments regularly. For example, we recently had Saunderson, the downtown work happening. They required a cash flow adjustment. That is something that I'll be speaking to at the next council meeting, but cash flow adjustments to speed up construction and optimize what they're doing is something that came forward as an emergency item to the CPSC, and we had approval for the overall budget, and we were able to manage a cash flow adjustment. So that's one example. It would have been unfortunate if we couldn't have approved that, and I don't have all the details in front of me. When I think about flood mitigation, for example, there's so many different variables with that. We see a lot of information coming forward for flood mitigation. And other projects, we have had approved capital projects with an approved plan. They have a contract in place, and then something happens in which the contractor is not able to proceed, or there's delays, or they run into an issue when they're digging and now they need more money because they have to bring in another specialized contractor, which is something we recently saw as well, where they needed to stop everything, get an amendment to have more money to bring in somebody else.
So in your example that you gave, they have the road torn up, they're doing construction in the middle of it. If we had to wait for an amendment from us, that road would stay under construction for another fast-tracked a month before we get back to it?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, potentially, yes.
A question for administration, and maybe we can't pull this up right away. How many capital amendments have we declined? Said no to in the last year or two?
Oh boy.
Do we know? Offhand? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I'll comment to, and I can appreciate Councillor Weigel's concern here. But when we're talking about cash flow amendment, that's not necessarily a true capital budget amendment. It's not an increase. It's just a moving of cash that has already been approved. So we just did it very recently with the waterfront or with flood mitigation. We moved money because it needed to be done. Proper planning takes care of that. And this isn't about stopping projects. I don't think anybody wants to do that, but we certainly want people to be a lot more responsible to completing the projects. And right now, I see a 50% contingency, that's what I'm going to call it, or a 25% contingency as basically freeboard. You can miss your target by 50% as long as you stay under 2 million, that's okay. And I can't support that. I'd rather tighten it up and get it down to the 10%. So thanks much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. So our construction period, what is about 5 months? Yeah. And we have a summer break of 6 weeks. There must have been challenges through that time too, if there's an amendment required. I mean, for council is off at that time through summer break. I've seen situations like that before. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there were a few items that came forward, which I believe I'll be presenting at the next council meeting. And due to council being on a break, and it was within the current fiscal policy, it was items that we needed to move forward with. We did not want to stop the progress of the capital project. So the CAO had provided direction to carry on. So when we did, but I'll be presenting those details at the next meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Lori. Lori, just I guess to piggyback off Councillor Ball, if we're planning the projects and let's say we're doing a good job, there shouldn't be any reason that if amendment is required or some cost overruns, by the time the contractor figures it out and gets it back to admin, why would it take longer than 2 weeks? Outside of council recess, why wouldn't we be able to have an amendment back to council within the 2-week period? That's where I struggle with the timing.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, in order for me to get something in front of council, I have to have it into the system with a clean draft 3 weeks in advance of a meeting. So we're already preparing for November's council meetings.
But if it's something that's going to delay a project, we can expedite it to council, can we not?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we could certainly have a revised process, but that would, we would need to take council's direction on that for sure.
Okay, because again, I'm like Councillor Ball. I just see if we just leave the window open, there's going to be no, I don't know, I won't say no, but maybe the management of a taxpayer's dollars won't be as, I guess, we won't be as fiscally responsible if all of a sudden we're allowed to just cut checks for projects and like Councillor Ball says. So, okay, thanks.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, to your point, I would need to understand the requirements, but perhaps there's an opportunity to have a standing item and to be able to fast track bringing it forward to council. We do have standing items that are on the log. However, it's the actual review process that we would have to look at what that looks like.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, the chair. With the council break, is there any process, and we might not have it, but is there a process that it could be approved while we're away? Or is there a process that we could fast track something during the summer recess, so the construction? That's the only place where I waver on this, is the fact that I worry about the 2-month delay. And so if we get caught at the end, then it's a 2.5 to 3 month delay. Is there any way to fix that so that if something emergency comes up that we need the money, that we could do it throughout the summer or break?
I can jump in.
Please.
We have really a lot of experience in the last while calling special meetings, so we could probably call a special meeting. And then whether candidate councils are available online or in person, that's an option.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I guess I got one more question for Lori. I know this seems to be boiling down to this 2-month period while we're off on break, which I know we've had all kinds of special meetings, as was just mentioned. Do we ever do capital budget amendments in the other 10 months of the year?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, in my experience, we are always doing capital budget amendments since I have been here.
Exactly. Right. So it's something that happens continually, and I don't know of one, and ultimately something that's one that was alluded to earlier about shutting down a road and so on. That's obviously something that's very big and cumbersome and potentially very expensive. No matter what, the valuation of that is coming back to council. So it's kind of a moot point in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. And I think it's more of a spitball question, problem solving. There has to be a methodology in which this group of people can make decisions in a much more rapid pace, whether that's the development of an executive committee or something that has the authority on behalf of council to approve a project of this nature, so that delays in the construction season don't occur. I think our administration is probably smart enough that if we ask, they can figure out something to that effect, so that, you know, this should not be a problem, quite frankly, and there has to be a way. I hear challenges, but I'd like to hear solutions on how we can accomplish it. There has to be a way we can accomplish, whether that's an executive committee or what that looks like. You know, there is a way to do this, in my mind.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Benjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And we've just been saying the same thing different ways. I was just going to say maybe proactively planning to cover those 2 months of the year could be a new process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjogo. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. There's a difference between amendments, I guess, and change orders. Some amendments sometimes come along with construction work. Like we amended Clearwater Drive to death. We built it for a floodplain, and then we built up. So I guess what I'm asking is, an amendment with the RMWB, is it a change order or is it an amendment?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, when within the definitions, a change order would be a scope change most likely. A change order can also be an increase in the budget. So an amendment is to an existing contract, whether it be a change order or a budget increase. At least that's my understanding of the definition, sir.
I appreciate through the chair, because what I've seen here would be, I just pick one, the sanitary bypass, and there was a bid for 21 million and 9 million. We went for the 21, but they still wanted amendments. So I guess as we step forward, not a job stops in the municipality because of this council. Not one. I've never heard of it, and also just to ease the public and the contractors, should there be a job that looks to be stopped, Mayor Bowman is our CEO, our full-time elected official that works with our full-time CAO, so I don't want to scare the public. I think that what happens in this municipality through the procurement process would be bid low, get, and then amend. And we've been faced that, so as we put some rigor in the system, our staff, I think, will be more time on tools. And I heard somebody say about our budgets, this would be the first time in probably 3 years that we weren't behind Calgary and Edmonton, simply because we're just finishing off 2 major projects. And so I appreciate your time and what you go through, because when you award a job at 8 million and we finish out at 15, there's a lot of amendments. And when you're at the table, when you design, procure, this is, I think, where the municipality has to get to. But we don't have a whole lot of packaging. My point is, I hear lots, but at the end of the day, it's going to come back to the council. But certainly, we need to make sure in these amendments that we give our CAO the latitude to do the job without council. Because we're only here to set policy and governance. And we can address that and capture that. We're not here to manage the work. It's easy to critique. For example, the bypass just behind us. When you hit limestone and you can't keep a drill tip, people come and survey those jobs. They know the soil samples. Then we get amended. We can play hardball and not, and make it look like we're hard to deal with, but bid the job, and as far as contingency goes, 10% is a normal, and in underground work, it's a minimum. So I would say, I don't know what we're fixing here today, but our CEO should have the tools to do the job, and it won't be the fire chief, I don't think. But at the end of the day, I just want people not to think that if Johnny Wilson is out there laying pavement on Sunday, and if council's not around at 5 o'clock, they're not going to run out of cash. You know what I mean? Because we want to make sure that the eyes and ears of our community know that we're open for business. We just want to be more transparent in our business. I appreciate your time. Thank you. And what you do.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Director Rem?
For the chair to Councillor Ball, I might just add to your question and to Laurie's answer. The change order does not necessarily require a change of scope. If we have a project that is ongoing and some unforeseen conditions materialize, we might not need to change the scope to still need additional funds to address the problem. So if we look at the example where the project is ongoing, let's say we're in July, we just had the meeting today, tomorrow we have an unforeseen conditions that happens on a site. Now, even if we were able to fast track the next council meeting approval for that specific project, we would still have to sit for 2 weeks until the next meeting to address that request for fund. So that is one of the risks. And I understand the debate, but I just want to emphasize the fact that change orders cannot be planned. It doesn't matter how good, some change orders cannot be planned. It doesn't matter how good you plan for a project, unforeseen conditions can just happen. As you dig and you come up across contaminated site, if you can't handle the extra cost, then you have to wait until you get approval.
Do you want me to reply to that?
Go ahead, Councillor Ball.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll actually speak to Councillor McGrath's example of drilling underneath the causeway and hitting limestone. I happen to know who the project manager for the construction was on that, and that was me. And that's not what happened. The alignment wasn't drilled. We were told we had 8 meters of clay, and when we stuck the drill bit in, we hit limestone immediately. And it caused an increase in the cost of that project by about $300,000 because it's a lot more expensive to drill rock than it is to drill mud. So I appreciate that, but that happens quite rarely. And in that case, the project still came in under budget by $5 million. There wasn't an addition to it. It was simply a change order that was required to pay the guy to drill the hole because it was going to cost him more. So I do appreciate that, but it doesn't happen every day. And I'd like to see something in place. I mean, that's going to happen no matter what the thresholds are. So anyway, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Council, have any more questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, and Mr. Ball, are they the two pea shooters underneath the causeway going to McAllen?
Those are them.
And we're still dredging, right? We still dredge every year?
Yeah, we're supposed to dredge.
Okay, thank you.
You're supposed to dredge. You're supposed to dredge. Yep. It was never meant to be a flushing, but we can talk about that in person.
Sure. Thank you.
Do you have any other comments, debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with 1 opposed. Thank you, everyone. And we're going to take a 5-minute break for council here. And we come back. If council has no objections, I'd like to move the 8.2 poverty reduction plan next. As I think we have people in the gallery waiting for that. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. As I said, with no objections, we're going to move on to agenda item 8.2. Moving on to the item, I will ask Councillor Bajoka to read out her motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. If it's okay with my council colleagues, I would like to make a revised motion, which we all have copies of, if that's okay. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoka.
Thank you. Whereas the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is unique in some ways when it comes to cost of living, wage gaps between low income and average household incomes, and whereas social and mental health challenges faced in the region have underlying poverty factors that need to be addressed. And whereas some residents, including indigenous peoples and immigrants in the region, currently struggle with basic daily needs. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to work with the Poverty Reduction Network to bring forward a presentation on a poverty reduction plan specific to the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo that addresses access to affordable housing, transportation, education and training, health and mental health supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoka. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Dogar.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any delegates for that item?
We have 2 registered delegates. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Start with Paula Galnazowski, Chair of the Poverty Reduction Network. And Paula, if you just say your name for the record and just you have 5 minutes to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you also for moving it up in the agenda. I appreciate that very, very much. So whoever has idea what that was, good one. My name is Paula Galanzowski. I'm currently the chair of the Poverty Reduction Network, and I'm the Community Investment Coordinator for the United Way for McMurray Wood Buffalo. I'm here on behalf of the Poverty Reduction Network to speak in support of the motion in front of you. So thank you, Councillor Banjoko, for bringing that motion forward, and I appreciate the revised motion as well. The Poverty Reduction Network is a collaborative network of health, government, and community agencies who have it in their mandate, either directly or indirectly, to reduce poverty and the effects of poverty within the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. At this time, I won't read all of them, but members do include the United Way, Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo Regional Library, YMCA Northern Alberta, RMWB Administration, St. Aidan Society, Alberta Works, Canto College, Safe Communities Wood Buffalo, to name a few. That's not an exhaustive list. And it often changes depending on mandates and capacity of the agencies. The Poverty Reduction Network is an important community initiative. Having a coordinated community approach means improved outcomes for individuals living in or at risk of poverty and homelessness. Poverty is complex and heavily influenced by what we refer to as game changers or social determinants of health. Affordable and accessible housing, education and literacy, early childhood development, income and employment, transportation, equity and inclusion, accessible health services. In our region, 1 in 11 people are experiencing poverty, and 3 children in every classroom are experiencing poverty. And just as an aside, I'm also a trustee with the Catholic School Board, so we do see the impact of families, and the impact of families experiencing poverty within their homes on the ability to learn, the ability to come to school fed, and the ability to create success for their children in education. A strong cross-sector network is necessary to address poverty reduction. The network itself provides many channels of communication to share data, trends, emerging issues and gaps, and opportunities for innovative partnerships to develop. This motion is timely as the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty is October 17th, and thank you, Mayor Bowman and Council, for proclaiming October 16th to the 22nd Poverty and Homelessness Awareness Week. provides an opportunity for us to amplify that poverty and homelessness, demand our attention as a community as it is literally hidden all around us. So not only where we see Tent City, Center of Hope, the stuff that you typically would think that is right in front of you, it's literally hidden all around us. While it is essential that all sectors of our community contribute to poverty reduction in our region, it is especially critical that the RMWB ensures it takes a visible and leading role with a poverty reduction strategy that aligns with its municipal strategic plan. Because if we are all clearly aligned, community agencies and our municipality, we are linked with community, provincial, and federal poverty reduction strategies. Funders, including government, are encouraged to respond favorably and place poverty reduction as a funding priority. A well-developed poverty reduction strategy that is co-created with community will also support the municipality's commitment to truth and reconciliation, bringing attention to and addressing the relevant calls to truth and reconciliation calls to action, such as the initiative mentioned earlier by Mr. Weilich regarding economic reconciliation in Call 92. As a network of dedicated community agencies that all address poverty in some way through our mandates, we are committed to working together with the RMWB administration and mayor and council to not just inform, but to co-develop a poverty reduction strategy that fully embodies our regional characteristics, strengths, and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Appreciate the presentation. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor Dogar?
Can't hear him.
Councilor Dogar, I think you turned your mic off. You turned your mic off?
It is poverty elimination. So poverty elimination cannot be done at the municipality level. It has to be done at a very high level, like giving jobs, like extra benefits, or like previous government, the same government, federal government, during COVID gave extra money to the business concerns, and during fire, Red Cross people help it. So poverty, we can say subsidize some sorry, I'm stammering, I don't know. Some subsidy could be given. So poverty elimination is too big word for this. Poverty elimination at this level, probably it's not very applicable.
I don't know why. Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. Not sure. I respectfully would disagree with that. I think our aim is to put ourselves as community agencies out of work. We would like to poverty eradication to lift everybody up to a place where they can provide for themselves and afford basic needs and afford to live in the region where they currently choose or want to live in. I think the term poverty eradication or poverty elimination is that's the big goal. That's what we would like. The actual what we're asking for here, or what Councillor Banjoko's motion has asked for, is a poverty reduction plan. We're not going to solve it probably here, but it takes all of us as a community to work towards that. So that is the goal, to create a poverty reduction plan, and our big dream would be to eliminate poverty. Wouldn't that be great if everybody were able to live and provide for their basic needs and perhaps a little bit more without worrying where they're going to get their next food or ride.
If you're convinced, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for the presenter? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend your efforts and appreciate you openly. When you heard about this motion, Kathy did reach out to me and you met. with me. So thank you for the passion that you have, and it is possible for us to continue to work to reduce poverty.
We're better together.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Paula. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The next presenter we have, Pierre Chouinard. And if you could just say your name for the record, Pierre, just on the mic when you turn it on there. You have 5 minutes to present, and
my name is Pierre Chouinard, one of the chaplains at the Soup Kitchen in North Life Baptist Church. This is Sheldon, the director of the Baptist Church. The church is very grateful for your continuous financial support to feed the homeless community. As a chaplain, some of the homeless community of the Soup Kitchen have shared deep concerns about what is happening in the streets, overdoses, violence, alcoholism, and depression within the Indigenous community. Indigenous leaders have come forward acknowledging that this addiction crisis is out of control and that there is much help needed. These addicts are controlled by illicit substances. Hope and despair are commonplace. They lack purpose and sense of direction. These victims of illicit drug use need our help. Arguably, there should be a priority given the alarming increase of recent deaths. Health Analytics Alberta.ca recorded 16 deaths in 2022 from overdoses in Fort McMurray. As of July 23rd, there have already been 16 deaths. EMS personnel on emergency calls are using hundreds of Naxalone kits to save someone's life from an overdose who need to be admitted to the hospital once they are injected. Earlier this summer, a patron came into the Soup Kitchen to use the restroom. This is not unusual. Shortly after, they were found deceased in the bus shelter next to our church. These safe injection sites are doing the opposite of saving the lives of these addicts. It is enabling them to slowly commit suicide on our streets, right in front of us. Not long after this previous death, Carson, who was a loved and respected patron of the Soup Kitchen, lost his life on the streets as well. This is just another event that underscores that addictions are extremely consequential and painful. Not long after this, another individual in this community lost her boyfriend and received a call a few weeks later. Her sister was found dead on the street. The sad but statistical reality that she is probably not far behind. The answer is not safe injection sites. These sites have created a monstrous crisis that is now out of control, right here in our own backyard. One of the local security guards, who spends the bulk of her time on the street as well of her colleagues, have witnessed local students being approached by addicts to buy methadone so that the addicts can in turn use the cash for harder drugs. This perpetuates the existing opioid crisis by creating new customers for the future. Not only am I concerned about the welfare of the addicts, but also the general safety of the community. Consider the three recent murders, all of which occurred in a week. One of these deaths even involved 2 police officers being shot at. As well as this, consider the younger adults who have overdosed in their own private dwellings, even one of these senseless deaths is too many. What's more, they are avoidable. But only talking about this crisis of addictions is futile. Unless there is something firm put into place, the senseless deaths and violence will continue. I am looking for support from Council to set up a committee to set up a program such as 1. Christian spiritual counseling or counseling of their choice. Yes, it was hard for me to be a former addict and alcoholic, but it was a much easier path when I found God and became a Christian. Again, I emphasize as part of the program for counseling, Christian counseling will only be offered as a choice and will not be pressured, as this is the form of counseling that will be best for you. Whatever counseling that they feel more comfortable with, that both will be provided. 2, education is to as to harmful addictions or to health and mental health. 3, assist to find employment, earning income to give them a purpose for life, that they do belong to the community. 4, a 24-hour crisis line. 5, educational steps on how to overcome addictions from counseling. 6, aid to get enrolled in taking a trade according to their skills for employment or wanting to further their education. 7, assistance in financial planning. 8, providing help from shelters in extreme cold conditions, working hand in hand with other organizations. Continuous planning, learning, assessing as to what works in the program, and learning from failures. Mr. Mayor, let us be one of the first communities to take a stand against safe injection sites. Let us be a community who shows compassion and care and who offers resources to battle addictions. Let us create a safe environment for families and its citizens in which to build a future and hope for Fort McMurray, a loving and welcoming community. If a program as such can be implemented, wouldn't it be worth it, even if it saves one life, especially if it's our children? No, we cannot save all lives, but at least let us try to make an attempt to save one life at a time.
Thank you, Pierre. Just to confirm, are you in support of the motion that Councilor Banjoko put forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Mr. Pierre, for you also have the passion for the people, and I appreciate you. I was just wondering, so the mental health and addiction that challenges that we face in this region, do you find a link to poverty or struggles that people face as part of the underlying factors?
Yes, absolutely. It's from past issues, from them being traumatized, and they don't know how to deal with it. So they turn to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain. But the pain still exists the next morning, and they have no guidance or as to how to beat the addictions. And just to add, at the soup kitchen, there's been many successful stories. 2 of them, for example, one of them was selling drugs, and he had a jail sentence. And one of his conditions was that he does community support work. And he used to come into the soup kitchen, and he never felt judged. He felt the love of compassion, and being ministered the message of the gospel as well. He was able to overcome his addictions and is no longer addicted to addictions. And there's another fellow who spent jail again, a time in jail, and right now he's in a continuous getting help for addictions at a detox center. And he shared with me the freedom that he has, how good he feels that he's now going on 90+ days of being free from drugs, but he still struggles with it. And he has a goal in mind, is to get once his program is completed, is to get education for a trade, and as well to be a support for the homeless community who have problems with addiction, to help them to get through as how he went through it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Pierre.
Thank you.
Do we have any other delegates for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, I believe that concludes our delegates for this item.
Thank you. Does council have any questions or debate points? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would start by appreciating your proclamation today, this evening, declaring October 16th to 22nd as Poverty and Homelessness Awareness Week. It's a great coincidence that that happened today. My motion is a call to act on what you have declared this evening. Other cities are already doing what we are about to do, developing a plan that works for our region. Calgary, I know it's a bigger city, but they have a plan in place. Edmonton has a program that is called Poverty Elimination and a 5-year plan. Spruce Grove is a smaller community. They have what's called Pathways Home, and they have 5 years plan. I would appeal to my colleagues here to know that poverty is no longer invisible in our region. With the soaring prices of both groceries, utilities, and also the increase, we are increasing in population, and it's becoming more and more difficult for people to be housed. In your proclamation, you touched on refugees, new immigrants. It's very easy to become homeless or to become, to drop into that poverty level. So I would, my motion is for us to go back to the basics. We all know the problems. We need to start fixing them. The key needs of any man is to have a safe place to live, to have food on the table, to have shelter, and to have transportation to be able to access the resources in the community. So I'm hoping that when we, as the level of government that is closest to the people, we will see the need and value in going ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and I want to thank you, Councilor Banjoko, for bringing that motion forward. In your motion, you mentioned affordable housing, health, and transportation. We're lacking any social housing in the ward that I represent, creating many challenges. Wood Buffalo Housing has social housing in Fort McMurray. However, it does not reach out to the hamlets in my ward. Mayor and Council and administration have been lobbying the provincial government for a nurse practitioner in Conklin, which is a community 150 kilometers from any service area. And in regards to transportation, we've been lobbying the municipality for busing to bring the children from Conklin to Fort McMurray for schooling. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do you have any other questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Moving on now back to item 7.5. We have the report on urban snow and ice control program policy. I'd like to invite Keith Smith, Director of Public Works, to introduce the report. And if you missed the workshop today, it was exhilarating. Thanks for making snow interesting.
I'm just waiting for it to be thrown up on the screen. Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I'm the Director of your Public Works Department. With me, I have Barbara Walsh, who's the Senior Manager of Parks, Roads, Rural Operations, and Fort Chipewyan. And I also have with me Kelly Coburn, who is your Roads Manager. We are here to provide you with an update on the urban snow and ice control policy. This policy establishes the winter snow and ice control standards for our urban roadways and sidewalks. The policy was previously approved January 12, 2016.
It defines the responsibilities of council, administration, and the public. This policy also defines service level guidelines, including plowing, snow event cleanup, snow removal, as well as identifying priorities. It is important to note that the service level defines the resources, which includes people and equipment. What we have in place right now is based on the 2016 approval, and any enhancements we have made since that time have been done so with the same level of resources. A prime example of this is the driveway windrow removal within the winter maintenance zone program. In order to provide this service without increasing equipment or people, we have to alternate subzone activations. So this is a very important point. Service levels equals people and assets. Anytime you change the variable, you throw the formula out of equilibrium. To this point, we've increased service levels, but we have not increased people or assets. Primary, secondary, and tertiary routes are maintained following the priorities listed here. Snow is plowed to the curb or center median. Parking is not restricted during plowing and or sanding operations, as this happens regularly throughout the winter season. Windrows remaining at driveway entrances on these routes are the responsibility of the property owner or occupant. Increased maintenance levels leaves smaller windrows as opposed to the biweekly plowing in the winter maintenance zones. During snow removal operations, temporary no parking signs and variable message boards, along with social media and the municipal websites, are used to communicate planned maintenance. All attempts will be made to have school zones plowed and hauled outside of hours of 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. on school days. When possible, multi-lane roadways are plowed in tandem to move the majority of the snow across both lanes in one pass. All residential neighborhoods that are not included in primary, secondary, and tertiary routes have been divided into 5 winter maintenance zones, one for each weekday. Signs posted on residential streets have the day of the week when the winter maintenance may occur on that street. Each winter maintenance zone is broken down further into 4 subzones. With the introduction of driveway windrow removal in 2020-2021, this program rotates bi-weekly. 2 subzones are active per week, 2 are relaxed. Residents must know their subzone and the day of the week winter maintenance may occur on the street as posted on the sign. Subzones were created to allow more flexibility for on-street parking. If a subzone is relaxed, this means vehicle removal is not required that particular day. This is an example of a sign you will see throughout the winter maintenance zones. The season is from October 15th to April 15th. This is winter maintenance zone Tuesday and subzone 3. No parking on the street between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. while active. History of the winter maintenance zones. Prior to 2014, the rmwb hauled once a year. This created huge ruts primarily due to the freeze-thaw that we experienced at the end of the season. In 2014, a pilot program was launched that pushed snow onto lawns. This failed miserably as residents' feedback was immense. We then reverted back to the 2014 process. In 2015-2016, through extensive research and adopting leading practices, the winter maintenance zone program was implemented. Council policy and subsequent administrative directive was approved. In 2016-2017, the program continued without changes. In 2017-2018, we introduced subzones. This was a change initiated by the fact that we could not maintain the entire zone when hauling in a day and gave us the opportunity to relax certain areas as residents did not appreciate having to remove vehicles and not receive service. Hauling operations take substantially longer than plowing. In 2018-2019, activation triggers were revised to include plowing after a 5-centimeter snowfall or when centerline snowpack reached 5 centimeters. In 2020-2021, the introduction of driveway windrow removal and alternating subzones were introduced. It is important to note that all changes to this program have been driven and guided by regular feedback from residents and public engagement. Public engagement can be completed through surveys, trade shows, or community coffee chats. Sidewalk plowing. Public Works aims to plow first priority municipal sidewalks within 48 hours from the end of a snowfall. These sidewalks include routes to emergency facilities, transit stops, and schools. For example, the sidewalks on Hospital Street are considered first priority. Upon the completion of first priority sidewalks, crews move to second priorities. This work will continue unless another snowfall occurs and resources are redirected back to the first priority routes. Snow clearing on sidewalks adjacent to private property is the responsibility of the owner or occupant. Should snow spill over during winter maintenance zone plowing, sidewalks crews will plow the snow back to the curb. You can find up-to-date maps of municipal maintained sidewalks on the municipal website. Pictured above is a chameleon, and this is one of the tools that our parks uses to clear sidewalks. Back alley snow removal. Typically, alleys are prioritized after primary, secondary, tertiary, and winter maintenance zone snow removal. However, if we reach 10 centimeters of snow pack or nearing this trigger, crews will be dispatched to start removal, prioritizing areas where the back alley is the only access to the property and refuse collection is carried out. When snow plowing is not feasible in the back alleys due to the width and proximity of the garages to the back alley, windrows left behind would potentially be pushed against these garages to ensure an adequate width for safe passage. There is also limited space to shovel snow in these areas should an area become rutted and difficult to maneuver to removal crews arriving, blading or leveling of these may occur. Winter maintenance challenges and wins. As with any winter maintenance, there are challenges, including the $1 million valuable, that being Mother Nature. We are also seeing wins over the past 3 years, especially related to the winter maintenance zones. Maintaining consistency with this program has helped most residents adjust to the schedule and communication methods, which has reduced on-street parking on active days. We still struggle on Wednesday and Thursday maintenance days, with up towards of 200 vehicles remaining on 20 streets and one subzone alone when crews arrive to begin. If half our time is spent towing, we can't provide the service that is expected. This frustrates our residents and as well frustrates our team, as we want to provide the service level expected. To put it simply, the less vehicles parked in active subzones, the more maintenance gets done. We are asked our residents to refrain from placing snow onto streets and back alleys. Quite often this hinders our operations and may cause problems for neighbors. There are times that the snow pile or windrows on the street is not made by our crews and we have to remove it. Redirecting the teams to these locations delays originally scheduled work. When our residents see our public works team in their neighborhood performing maintenance, there are two distinct operations that may be occurring. The first being snow plowing. This is when the snow is pushed from the roadway to the side. This will create windrows along the curb, and those within the winter maintenance zones greater than 15 centimeters will be removed from the end of the driveway and placed at the curb or open spaces. These windrows will be removed during a subsequent snow removal. Snow removal. This happens when the triggers are met to remove the snow from the street. Those triggers are windrows higher than 1 meter in height or the driving surface is less than 5.5 meters. Also, removal may be triggered if safety may be an issue or at the discretion of the supervisor based on experience and forecasts. What I mean by this is that if the trigger is close to being met and we're forecasting a snow event, we will initiate maintenance as to prepare for that event. We often get asked why we can't haul at all times. The reason being is that it takes considerably more time to haul than to plow. If we went with that standard, then there would be parts of the urban service area that would never see any maintenance, making the roads impassable as snow events occur. With plowing, streets receive maintenance more often and keeps the road open, which is the goal of the program. The picture in this slide illustrates snow removal. Snow is bladed to the middle of the road, and our snow blowers will follow, loading snow into trucks to be hauled to the snow disposal site. Temporary no parking signs are placed in advance of snow removal on primary, secondary, and tertiary routes. Snow removal near residential properties, for example, Athabasca Avenue, is completed in compliance with the NICE bylaw where possible. Any circumstances may be mitigating a safety concern. Plowing does occur on these routes 24 hours per day. Once these signs expire, which is after 96 hours after being placed, they are removed for a minimum of another 24 hours and then can be reposted. While signs expiring is not a regular occurrence, it can happen due to equipment breakdown, resource shortages, parked vehicles, or extreme cold snaps. Winter maintenance zone days are active from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on specific days of the week to lessen the inconvenience to our residents. Activations rotate bi-weekly, therefore any work not completed is left for the next activation. This limitation is further reduced by logistical challenges such as towing. There is a reality to the program, however. One of the constant feedback expectations that we've received related to the winter maintenance zones is why can't you clear all the roads in a week? This is not realistic. In order to do this, it would cost well over $4 million per week to complete and is logistically impossible as that amount of equipment does not exist in our region. We also have been asked not to leave windrows in front of driveways on primary, secondary, and tertiary routes. While driveway windrows greater than 15 centimeters are removed in winter maintenance zones, this is only achievable as parking is restricted while plowing occurs. Plowing on primary, secondary, and tertiary routes can occur at any time based on the weather. Increased plowing on these routes results in a smaller windrow. Proposed policy changes. The following proposed changes apply to primary, secondary, and tertiary routes, snow and ice control. And more defined service levels are being identified. When plowing, primary, secondary, tertiary routes will be plowed to a compacted snow surface, while a bare surface is ideal is not always achievable in our northern climate. Parameters have also been set for duration of a snowfall event, and a snowfall means a winter storm where less than 30 centimeters of snow has fallen within 48 hours. A snow event means a winter storm where more than 30 centimeters has fallen within a 48-hour period. In the past, no parking signs were placed for 20 hours in advance of maintenance occurring, then changed to 48. This removed 24 hours of maintenance time, leaving crews only 48 hours versus 72 to complete maintenance. The extended time of our signs are placed no maintenance has caused confusion for our residents. We will continue to communicate using electronic message boards, the municipal website, and various social media platforms. This change was fueled by resident feedback. First priority for snow plowing on sidewalks has been changed to include routes to emergency facilities, transit stops, and schools. Second priority has been changed to include all remaining municipal sidewalks as per our sidewalk and trail maintenance map found on the municipal website. This is a more defined than previously stated major routes for students. These changes have been implemented since the introduction of the program and will now be formally captured during the policy revision. Subzones were introduced in 2017 to break the zones down into smaller areas, allowing us to activate areas where maintenance was expected. Activation triggers were introduced in 2018, and the driveway windrow removal was introduced in 2020. Overall, these new revisions provide more detail on the urban snow and ice control. Winter maintenance generates a lot of conversation, and our goal with this update is to make the service levels more visible and understandable. It is important to note that this policy update captures all tweaks since its introduction in 2016. The only change is reducing the duration of time residents wait to see maintenance on their street after the placement of the no parking signs from 48 hours to 24 hours. This update does not require additional resources. It does not require further equipment or staffing or any type of funding. Before I end my presentation, I want to thank the men and women of your Public Works Department for making last season such a success, and I know they will make this season even better. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for providing this opportunity to discuss the policy update, and we're here to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Smith. Quick question I have is what changes in this policy this year with the change of the signage going out is it going to make? Because a common thing we hear from residents is the sign was out, I didn't move my car, but my street didn't get plowed. Exactly. 2 weeks later, sign was out. Then I got a ticket and they tried to plow my street. So what is the difference this is going to make now with the new change of policy?
Through the chair to the question, what you will see in this updated policy is that when we place those pylons, those no parking signs, instead of waiting 48 hours for the cars to be removed before we start maintenance, now we will be waiting, or we'll be only waiting 24 hours. So what happened in the past, in those 48 hours, the residents thought we weren't coming there, so often they would park back there, and we only post those signs for 96 hours. So when we did the 48, that only gave us 48 to do maintenance. However, with the 24, we'll get in there faster. We'll have 76 hours now or 72 hours to do the maintenance, and we will be more efficient. Now, with that being said, this program, there's always anomalies that might occur, breakdowns for redirecting resources. It's not always a 100% guarantee, but with this new change, we will provide a better level of service. And that's only on our primaries, secondaries, and tertiaries. You'll quite often see those bylines.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I would say that you come a long ways. I lived here for, I think, the first 30 months. We got snow plowed once. Then when the cash came, that we want it done all the time. But I think you do a great job, and the only observation I have is we need to be a little bit more patient with the moms or the dads that are taking their kids to school in the mornings. They don't get told right away, because I think we're all catching it. You know, if it don't park there Thursday, don't park there Thursday. I think it's done a great job in your report this evening. I think it doesn't reflect the other reality is that through Mayor Bowman, the community, the business community, will be able to dump snow on the south side of Fort McMurray. I don't need to know it tonight, Keith, but I've always wondered how many meters of snow got dumped on the new Grizzly in Tower Road. And I mean, if it takes it to the next or the end of my term, that'll be good. I like a number, if possible. Like, I know 10 yards for snow, but they're probably hauling 15. I'd just like to know how much went on the Grizzly and how long it took to melt it, because there's still a little bit left, but I think it's all gone. You know what I mean? I'd just be curious, just a numbers guy.
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, if I understand your question, you're asking me how much we hauled and removed per season?
How many meters of snow, because I think that was your only outlet.
Yeah.
And I think it's the first time you can probably capture it. I don't, like, I imagine through invoices and your own people, just a number, nothing to spend any energy on, but just to see if the global warming is really, really real around here. And thanks for everything you're doing. I think the snow removal will come a long ways. It's just if we could get, I guess if everybody could remember Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like myself, it really takes all your good work when someone sees a car getting towed away. That's all people. People gravitate to what's negative, honestly. Okay. So appreciate your efforts.
Through the chair. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath. First of all, I appreciate the comments, and I'm sure that our crews appreciate the comments that's watching here tonight. They work very hard to provide the service to our community. Currently, we have 2 snow dumps, that being Tower Road, and we also have one in Dickinsfield. Tower Road is the primary one that can hold up to 500,000 cubic meters, and I believe the one on Dickinsville can hold up to 217,000 cubic meters. Last year, we had accumulation of roughly 330,000 cubic meters. And the year before that, roughly 570,000 cubic meters.
Well, Keith Smith, I got to tell you, there's almost 1 million meters of snow. That's a lot of snow. Keep up the good work. I appreciate the numbers. And I didn't know until tonight that you run parallel, like just on the side of Abraham's land, you'll keep that one open along with Tower Road.
Through the chair to Councilor McGrath, as of right now, that one's kept open. That one is a provincial lease too as well. However, if we did expand Tower Road, or if we do go ahead with the one in the south and we no longer need that, we could either repurpose for municipal use or reclaim it and give it back to the Crown.
No, I appreciate that. And through the chair, the next time that we have it put in the Grizzly for the government, they should pay for it. You weren't here. Trust me, there's meaning to it. But keep up the good work. God bless you all.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation today. I find that these little updates very, very helpful in terms of, just educating me as a councillor so I have better information to provide to the citizens that call me. I do have a couple of questions. One you already know the answer to, but I want to share it with my colleagues, and that was the amount of times where, in my observation, we're plowing roads that don't need to be plowed in residential areas. And I think with some further tweaks and conversations and evidence, maybe we can find a way to do that. I don't like to waste money, as most people who know me know, and when I see sparks flying when they're doing a road, I know Councillor Bossier has seen the same thing over on his streets in downtown. So I appreciate the fact that you made a commitment to and we kind of set up a process. Basically, Mr. Smith has just said, give him a call, or one of these ladies a call when it's happening, so they can look at the circumstances behind it, and then perhaps be able to tweak it. So just for your knowledge, we have talked about that. The other question I have that may go to Deanne almost is, when we have a road that's not being plowed because there's too many cars on it, are we ticketing those cars even though we're not plowing the road currently?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison. So our intention is not to be ticketing and towing when the road's not going to be cleared. So we work closely with our colleagues in Public Works and really focus on where they're going to be able to do the work, and then but have enough time, because it's important. Keith addressed it. It's important for the cars to be moved. So we have this little fine balance of time. So occasionally there may be a time when equipment breaks down, a car's been ticketed and towed, and then the road doesn't get cleared. But as much as possible, we try for that not to happen. They would still be responsible for the towing fee, but most often we turn the ticket to a warning.
The reason I asked the question is, it's been, again, if there's no consequence, then there's no motive to move the vehicle. So if the roads crew see an area that's got too many vehicles, they know they're not going to be able to get them all out to plow the road. That road doesn't get plowed, nor is there a consequence because there's no tickets. I know I got a ticket one time on my street. I took it to court, and because there was no snow removal, the judge threw out the ticket, basically. Again, that was a conversation that I had today. There was, if there's no consequence, people's passive-aggressive nature sometimes can kick in, and they won't move their vehicle. And if there's not going to be any tickets or consequence, why would they? So just a point of observation. My next question is, and I didn't ask this earlier today because I didn't think of it. We can come back and do the driveways within 24 hours, but do we still have a flag system for seniors and people with disabilities so that, because I'm a senior, for example, and I know some people who physically couldn't get out and clean their driveway, and they may have a doctor's appointment or they may have something, and coming back in 24 hours to clear that driveway wouldn't be very helpful. So we used to have the flag, and those driveways, the drivers knew not to leave a windrow. Is that still in effect?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, it is indeed still in effect.
Okay, so those people with the flags, it won't be coming back the next day. They just won't get a windrow in the first place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. And I agree with Councillor McGrath. I mean, this has been an evolution. I've lived in Calgary. We were all in Edmonton last year. I think when we got the snowstorm and the city left the windrow in the middle of Jasper Avenue for the entire time we were there and cut the 4 lanes down to basically a lane and a half in each direction. So if a bus was going by, the vehicles in the other lane had to wait. And it was there for the whole week. We don't usually see that kind of thing here in our community, and I think we have a really good service. I just want to make sure that it's as cost efficient as possible. So thank you all for your efforts, and please pass that on to all of your staff that do the work that they do.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. And Director Smith, you might want to mark the time down because I'm going to say the same thing. You guys do a very good job with the snow removal. And I hear Bussier is not very good at throwing compliments around, but congrats to you and your team. I think you guys do a very good job with snow removal. I guess the only concerns or the feedback I get is just what Councillor McGrath and Grandison mentioned about just consistency with our towing or ticketing or knocking on someone's door. Some people, we knock on their door to tell them to move the car. The other one, we'll just ticket or tow or go around. So I'm assuming there will be a change in policy with that, or we'll try to work with residents, or are we just going to ticket and tow them as soon as we get in the street or the crescent?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, this policy itself doesn't really connect too much with the bylaw itself or the towing. That would be through Deanne's group. However, it's my understanding that when the subzone is active, a couple streets ahead at all times it will be ticketed and towed. I do not believe, and Deanne may correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we knock on doors anymore.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. Yeah, that's correct. We have had a strategy of knocking on doors, and it didn't go over well because often the car parked in front of the house doesn't live there. So we have been called some interesting names because of that. So what we do, if we see someone, like we're bylaw officers are reasonable people. If we see someone packing their kids out to the car or getting their bags in, we're like, come along, we need to move this along. We're not ticketing and towing them. You know, if their car is running, we'll look around and try to figure out who someone's warming their car up for work. Where is this person? But a strategy that we used this past year, and I think it worked quite well for Public Works, is if you're on the street, you're getting a ticket, you're getting towed. We're clearing those vehicles out and the roads are getting cleaned. People often weren't then parking the next winter maintenance zone day. So we, as much as possible, try to be reasonable, but we're also trying to remove the cars so that the team can do their work.
Okay. If it makes you feel good, Director Berge, I get called lots of names too, and they're normally not nice, so don't feel special. The other thing, through the chair to Director Smith, is just the snowing, like Councillor Grandison, or the plowing. I've seen blades down, sparks flying, and there's not any snow on the street. I know it says in there, I think, what is it, 5 centimeters or 15? We put blades down and we start plowing.
That's if it's or through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that's if it's a snow event. There's different circumstances in which this may occur. Now, if you look straight down the center line of a roadway, you will notice that the road is crowned. And the road is crowned so that it allows for drainage and water runoff. Our blades do not articulate during that crown. So we may go into a street, there may be 2 or 3 inches of hard packed snowfall or a hard pack on one side of the road. The blade might be getting that. However, unfortunately, it may be hitting the center line, causing those sparks. And what we're trying to do there is prevent, if we have 3 inches of snowpack on the side and it gets warm, it gets slushy, now you got 3 or 4 inches of slush, and when it freezes, now you got ruts. So there is times that there is method behind what's happening. However, we do have over 71 employees within roads. Roads is just a part of the program, and there's times that there may be calls or judgment calls made in the field that may not be appropriate. Winter maintenance is just as much as an art as it is in science, and we make the calls as we go.
Okay. Just one final question. One of the comments I heard from contractors is we have different rules for different contractors. Some have to have sidewalls, some don't. So they bid a contract based on putting sidewalls up, taking them down, and then, what's that? Oh, sideboards, sorry. Sideboards. So are we changing that policy, or is it just still hit and miss depending who the contractor?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, our contracts do call for sidewalls. Unfortunately, sometimes the contractor will call in subcontractors, and sometimes it may be only a work for that day, and then that subcontractor's gone hauling gravel next day. There's so many trucks on the go, so many resources being deployed, sometimes that does get missed. Those sideboards are not to increase the capacity of the load. Those are for when we are blowing snow from the middle of the road into it, that we don't get oversplash. So it's in the contract, but sometimes the subcontractors, if they're called in for a day or two, may not have it.
Okay, so through the chair, so what's our response to when I get a call? I'll just use Wilson. The Wilson wasn't one of them. When Wes Lodnick, who's now retired, calls me, he said, Lance, why is Keith's snow removal have no sideboards? And I bid the contract, and I had to bid with sideboards. How are we supposed to respond to these vendors?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, my response would be unfortunately, or fortunately, it was a part of the contract. These are a few examples which slip by. Our supervisors or on-site team leads need to keep a better control of this. If we see it, we'll correct it.
Okay, and you know that's not going to go over well when you respond that way, though, right?
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. I'm wondering if there has been any consideration for where the cars are towed to. I know that was brought up by my colleague, Councillor Doga, last year. And is there any consideration to tow the vehicles to a place nearer to town than the airport area and places like that? I've gone to collect from there before, and it's no fun. And I'm just wondering if is a possibility to somewhere else closer to the residents.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, excellent question. First of all, I want to say that our residents has been doing a fantastic job, and what we've noticed over the last 3 years, more and more and more compliance. And as I said in my presentation, if there's no vehicles on the street, we will be able to do our maintenance. Yeah. So we're seeing a lot more compliance, but unfortunately, it's a reality. When we tow vehicles, it's a lose-lose. We do not gain any money. the resident then gets frustrated and has to go pick up their vehicle. We cannot provide the service that we want, so it is truly a lose-lose.
Yeah.
We do not have the equipment in-house to do the towing, nor do we have a facility north of town that we could tow these vehicles, so it's all done via contractor. All tow yards as it sits right now is on the south side of town. We do not have a tow yard on the north. In the past, previous to my time, we did lease property for a tow yard. It failed miserably. There's a bunch of risk and liabilities and contamination that comes with tow yards. So there is no municipal property. We're not interested at this point in time to lease out land, then to sublease land to a tow contractor. That just complicates it even further. Unfortunately, unless the towing contractor was willing to build their own tow yard north of town, I don't see it happening.
Okay. So that's the one by the airport, right? That's the only option.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjo, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pajoko. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair, to, I guess, Keith, being one of those unfortunate ones that had his vehicle towed as well. Not really my fault, but was my fault. Decided to go over and help a friend out and fix their washer dryer, and found out my truck was missing in about 30 minutes. But one of the things I hear the most is something Councillor Grandison was alluding to earlier, is that, you know, there's no snow on the street. We're plowing that street. But what I was seeing was that there were a number of times, because maybe a snow event happened, and maybe it was just the luck or lack of luck for the resident, that they weren't able to get their streets cleaned every 2 weeks because something took place. So maybe it was 6 weeks that they hadn't had their streets cleaned. I do like the winter maintenance zone program, but I'm wondering if we set the bar a little too high and saying, you know, we're going to clear your streets every 2 weeks. Have you thought about, and maybe it's not the right thing, but thought about doing it once a month, and then you've got double the resources to do half the job?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, originally the program was set up to do once a week, and that's what the people and the resources that we have to do. And now, however, as I said before, is that the service levels equals people and assets, and over time what we've had to do is either improve our service levels or you know, and when we do that, it decreases in another area. However, based upon your typical winter, if all vehicles were removed, the service standards that we have set, we can meet.
Unless you have a snow event, every time it's your day to get plowed, which has happened.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, here's where the frustration may happen, is that if we go from every 2 weeks to once a month, if for some reason, and what that does is that doesn't keep it clear in people's mind when they have to move, because there's only 2 weeks in a month that you have to move. So if it's this month, and then the next month is missed, and then the following month, if there's too many vehicles, you may not see any service at all that winter. And I'm pretty sure our residents would not want to see that.
No, I realize that. I wasn't talking about when vehicles are there. It was more about just the resources, because sometimes it seems like you're you know, that in that 2 week or on that particular day, you just run short, and, you know, 3 streets don't get done or whatever. If you were looking at other alternatives to, it's just a question, suggestion. It's not, I mean, it's your department, do what you got to do, but just something I was thinking about relative to, and how do we get the streets done when they don't get done?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, quite simply, and as I said before, I really want to thank the residents of this great municipality, because over the years we've seen more and more compliance with vehicles being removed. However, if on all streets, if all vehicles were removed, there would be no doubt in my mind whatsoever that our crews, your crews, can keep these roads cleared as per the service levels provided in this policy. The biggest player in this game is the residents removing their vehicles.
Okay, I was going to pick on the person sitting next to you a little bit, but I won't.
Barb is new.
No, I'm not Barb. Kelly Street was nice and clean for about 8 weeks, not a snowflake on it, and I lived 2 blocks away, and I had 3 feet of snow on my street. Just saying.
My street's incredibly clean as well. Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogra?
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Very nice presentation. I know snow removal a lot. I have been myself working on it as a trucker, and as a resident, I have been watching also. Last 2 seasons as a councillor, I had been concerned about it. First, my point is about trucking welfare. You know, initially once we came, we used to get 15 days every trucker, every company, rotation-wise. And in the process, the entire companies mostly used to get some business during winter. Winter for dump trucks is very down, very poor. And then municipality changed the strategy and gave it to records, all the contract. So they are utilizing their trucks, their equipment. That made your job very easy, but the concentration of...
Point of order. You're talking about contracts for truckers. This is a policy with completely 2 different issues. Totally.
Okay, if you do not...
Councillor Dogra, this policy is just on the snow removal, not on the operations.
Okay. Now coming to the snow removal. Yes, it is good, but there are certain points like intersections, like turnings, which at times become heavily, slushy. So I would recommend there certain spots, they should be cleaned as priority-wise, and so that normally the roads are okay, but turnings and some intersections, they are very slushy. So please give second thought to it, how to clear these things, and they are very bad. I remember 2 seasons back at Bosworth Street, it was so slushy, 2-3 vehicles were towed out from there, and it was very difficult for them. In the same season, residents called me, Eglert, Bosworth, Boozier, all these streets complex. And I have been watching a truck of the contractor, 1x4 ton truck. It was just parked with 4-flasher on, and as if the supervisor is somewhere around in the washroom or cigarette or coffee. That sort of attitude, just deceiving the residents. Because I was concerned, I was going by again and again. For 3 days, there was no equipment. There could be some plausible reason also, like some breakdown, some driver sick, or, it was Friday was the day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday evening, the equipment went. I had no place where I could inform it. I tried to call CAO and drop messages. At least some reason could be told, or I said that give me the number of the supervisor here or the contractor here. I can't ask his explanation, but just for my information's sake. So if there is a coordination that we know what is happening and we can contact the people working there, supervisors, if there is any mishap, so people could be informed, residents could be informed. And also if the crew is working nearby, we can go with a cup of coffee and a donut. That gives an extra boost to our workers that we are concerned about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogra. Anything like that, I'd say send an email to your CAO. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. And that poor kid, I remember going up the road, a bit of water under his moldboard and a few sparks. We call that, what do we call that back in the mine? Wearing on cutting edges. But anyways, I don't think it happens all the time. It's the way the operator is. It's not it happens. But I just wondered, in the policy, we used to maintain the main artery coming from Mackenzie Park Boulevard to the last station abutment that wasn't there, and that was Kimberley. And we done that on behalf of the province. And every winter, without fail, whether it's the super test or Beacon Hill, it doesn't matter. They become impassable, and people get mad at municipal councillors. But it's the province's responsibility. And I'm just wondering, ahead of the game, because they owe us about 100 million. I'm just wondering, ahead of the game this year, could we have some kind of, I know there's liabilities with it, but could we have a plan in place where if the contractor don't get a residence home to Beacon Hill or at work, would we be able to, execute and do it on their behalf? Because it seems to me it's repetitive of just about every November when we have our first snowfall, because we all react. And all it takes, there's no other place in North America that has more moldboards than this region. And our partners up north, believe me, we hadn't had a shift change proper in about 4 years up until the bridges and stations got put in. So I'm just wondering, ahead of the snowfall, maybe if we had our transportation committee up and run, we could do some work and help you out. But until that happens, is there something you could do as your director level and your COO to say that, given our experience in the region, could we have the longevity to perform that couple of passes up and down Beacon Hill or up and down the super test? And the super test is a far stretch, because I think industry could do that. But we have to safeguard ourselves for the people that do live here. Because once that guy won't get out and put his chains and boomers on, and there's no place down at the bottom of the hill, if you ever notice coming through town, they built about a $20 million facility at the bottom of Super Test. But when you're coming north or coming south, there is no place to chain up or chain down. So, of course, having a class one and you're eating a bag of chips and a piece of bologna, you look at the hill and think you're going to make it. And then when you go sideways and jackknife, you shut down the community. So I think we'd be proactive, given the experiences that we had, for this fall anyways. And I don't think it takes a whole lot, especially with Brian and Tanny now back in there. Politicians are not utilized enough. And it ends up that you guys, it's all your fault. It's just much ours. When we fail our people. So if we don't address that, I suspect that we'll have Beacon Hill shut down and a super test shut down. And there's nothing worse than trying to come home and see your wife and kids when we fail them. And people think that we still maintain that. So I guess the question is, can we look at that? And I'd leave that to you through the administration. I know that the mayor and the COA could certainly work out some agreement with the province.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I completely understand where you're coming from, and at the end of the day, the residents of this great municipality may not appreciate or may not really be concerned about whose responsibility it is to keep these roads open, but they need them open. It's been my understanding that, especially at the beginning of the year, if the province don't have their contractor in place or there's issues, there may be times when they can reach out to us and we will help them out on Beacon Hill. However, those are rare circumstances. They have their contractors in place. And it's been my experience that we don't really want to do provincial work unless it's an absolute necessity for public safety, because a lot of times then they'll expect us to take that over. I don't know of any time that we would ever do super test. Our trucks don't go that far. And
that's, I guess, true, that's why I cut myself off.
Yeah.
Because the super test, they could have 2 24Ms start at the super test and go to Aurora within a half an hour. So that's why I cut myself off. That's not an issue. It's Beacon Hill that's the issue, and it's always been an issue. And I think that we can simplify that by saying, if we do it once, here's the price. If we do it twice, here's the price, but we don't own it.
Yeah, exactly.
We just want to get mom and dad, brother and sister home safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very, very quickly, in our conversation today, they said something that I think our team would really help to understand. It certainly helped me, and that was that any changes that are made to the policy, it takes the residents a long time to get caught up. So what you told me today is we're starting to see greater compliance because of consistency. And any tweaks or changes that we might suggest may actually put things back further again. So, you know, because it takes time for the residents to get, and that's part of what you said today. So I just wanted to share that with my colleagues because I found that very insightful information from you today, that even the smallest little tweak can kind of send the residents backwards again from what they're getting used to. So I did very much appreciate that. And I understand what Councillor McGrath is saying and what you're saying. We see evidence constantly as councillors where the province will download everything on us if we let them. And so will the feds, quite frankly. And historically, because of reactions, I mean, Councillor McGrath made a point of the intersection on 63 and to the airport, that we did that when it was a provincial responsibility to the tune of millions of dollars to the taxpayer. At some point, that's got to stop. So I can appreciate all of the above, but we need to stop taking responsibility for the provincial and get on to our MLAs to do it. So I just wanted to share what you shared with me today, and thanks for that.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. Do we have any other delegates to this item?
No, we have no delegates for this item, Mr.
Can I
Mayor.
have someone make the motion? Councilor Grandison?
I move, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the Urban Snow and Ice Control Program Policy OPE-150, attached 1, dated October 10th, 2023, be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments, debate, or discussion points of council? Not seeing any. I call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the report on scheduling the 2024 budget meetings. I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. On an annual basis, administration prepares the budget and financial plans to be presented to Council during a special meeting. Historically, this meeting has been scheduled in the first week of December to ensure we have an approved budget by the end of the year. This is a requirement of the Municipal Government Act. The proposed date is December 5th to the 8th to allow sufficient time for presentation, debate, and approval. However, this timeline is up to Council's discretion. That ends my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. As I discussed with most of the council previously, the dates of December 11th to 12th, or 11th to 14th were dates we were discussing amongst ourselves. But I have no questions in relation to that. And any councilors have any other questions? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions in that if we move the meeting, and historically we've had to sometimes maybe carry over from 1 week to the week that follows. So if we move it from this week of 5th to 8th, and to the week of 11th to 14th, and if we have carryover, then we will be close to Christmas before we are done. So that's...
Yeah, and I think the year we had to move it over a week, it wasn't budget was the issue. The issue was another incident that happened that council meeting that caused it to go over that week.
No, if we have lots of discussion and we can't finish for the 4 days or 3 days, what happens? The week after that is Christmas, and that week is also very busy for most of end of the year activities in this community. So I'm really reluctant about shifting the meeting from 5th to 11th. That time of the year is pretty busy for all of us. Whether you are acting or you are regular, it's a busy period. So I would have loved for us to be done with budget meeting before we get into the holiday mood.
So your question?
My question is, why are we changing it then if that doesn't bring up?
We don't have a motion on, there's no motion on the floor right now.
Okay.
Just you have questions for
Oh,
Director?
no, I have no questions for you. Thank you. For once, no questions.
Deanne?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Walker, your question?
Oh, no, I was just going to make the motion.
Oh, go ahead.
I move that the special council meeting to consider the 2024 proposed budget and financial plans be scheduled to take place in the Jubilee Center Council Chamber at 9909 Franklin Avenue, Fort McMurray, commencing at 9 a.m. each day from December 5th to the 8th, 2023.
Can someone second that motion? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Now, are there any debate, discussion, or comments from council? Councilor Panjoko?
Oh, okay, I was going to second the motion, but maybe I will repeat myself.
You don't have, so I think you don't have to, we heard you, yeah.
Oh, you heard me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So.
Thank you. Do you have any other debate or discussion points from council? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly have no challenges with the 11th to 14 if it works better for the majority. I also wanted to make note that earlier today, the CIP committee approved them as a funding source. So all of those people that historically would have been presenting will not be now because they'll be handled through that committee. So we're going to see a fairly significant reduction in terms of time commitment as it relates to those CIP grants, which took a considerable amount of time.
Yeah,
so I just thought I'd point that out.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Ball?
Yeah, that was the point I was going to make as well. It will probably be a full day shorter because we won't have the CIP stuff to work on. So my preference is the other dates, not the 5th to the 8th. Because I believe there was somebody that wasn't able to attend the 5th to the 8th. So I'd rather we all be in attendance versus missing one or two.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Any other comments or discussion points of council? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So if we have it on December 11th to 14th, then that means Councilor Bougiers can be at the budget meeting, and if we have it from December 5th to the 8th, Councilor Bougiers cannot be at the budget meeting? Is that what is being?
I think that's correct.
Pardon?
I think that's correct.
Okay. That's.
Councilor Grandison?
So in this particular case, so what happens, either we vote and defeat and then do another, or we can have a friendly amendment to change it from the 5th to the 8th?
We would have somewhat, the person made the motion would have to withdraw that motion and make another motion, or that would be defeated in another motion, is what would happen.
Okay, so either one, it can be withdrawn or whatever, and then we can do another one, or defeated. Okay, thanks, just figuring out the procedure.
Councilor Walkwin?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Who would not be available for December 5th? I was trying to ask. 5th to 8th, is there anybody else who would not be available?
Yeah, I don't think everybody can be here the 5th to the 8th.
Oh, so either way, the two dates don't work for everyone. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjogo. Councilor Weigel?
I move that special council meeting to consider the 2024 proposed budget and financial plans be scheduled to take place in the Jubilee Center Council Chambers at 9909 Franklin Avenue, Fort McMurray, commencing at 9 a.m. each day from December 11th to the 14th, 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Grandison?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Any other debate points, discussion, or comments of council? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? That's unanimous. And that's carried unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Oh, sorry. And against? Okay, that's carried with one opposed. Next, we have the report to appoint the Chief Administrative Officer. This matter is before Council formalized appointment of new Chief Administrative Officer upon direction from the special council meeting held on October 4th. Are there any questions of council on this? Nope. Do we have any delegates?
There are no delegates. Thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Henry Hunter be appointed as the Chief Administrative Officer for the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo effective October 16th, 2023.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Walkman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion.
Are there any discussion, debate, points, or comments of council? Councillor Dogar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for giving me the chance. I think it has already been decided that Henry Hunter is going to be the CAO, and it is there on the website also. So I don't know why it is brought here. It is the committee who should do it.
This is the official appointment of his position is today. That's what we're voting on.
So I have not seen him. I have not met him. Neither I can say yes nor no. If you allow me, I stand outside and you can have the voting.
No, you can't abstain unless there's a pecuniary interest.
No, I can be absent. I can be absent. I don't
No,
want
you can't.
to do no to it. No, this is my submission.
No, you can't. Under the MGA code of conduct, you have to, if you're a president, you have to vote unless there's a pecuniary interest.
Take me as absent, I'm going.
You're not absent. You're standing here.
How can I vote? I don't know the gentleman.
But the committee does, and they made the recommendation.
So then amend the motion that as per the committee, they have done it, and we support the committee.
You voted on it. Yeah, so it's part of your duty as a councillor to vote on things when you're here, unless the pecuniary interest. So it's under section 206 of the MGA. In president, you have to vote. You can vote no if you want, but
No,
you have
why
to vote.
should I say no? He's a dignified man, maybe he's much better. No, why should I vote? I don't know the man.
You're elected to.
Why should I say no? Why should I say yes? So give me the option to leave. Every time I have been told on minor thing to leave the hall. Why not on such a big issue? He is going to be CEO. He is going to run this administration. We are just the referees over here. Sorry, sir, I do not want to vote. Okay, take the appropriate way to cover it up.
Okay,
Your
can I get
Worship.
legal?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor, through the chair, I just wanted to remind you that under the MGA, sections 183 and 184 apply. And there is a requirement, it's mandatory. The whole intention is that councillors can't cherry pick on which items to vote for or against by abstaining. Part of your responsibility as an elected official, unless you have a pecuniary interest where you cannot vote, you're required under the MGA to participate. Now that means that you make a choice. You say yes or no on a vote. But it's a breach of your responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to, when you're in attendance, to not vote on an item. So through the chair, I hope that helps. And if Councillor Dogar still feels that he needs further information, maybe a brief adjournment might help.
No, I don't want to say yes, but at the same time, why should I say no? I don't know the man. I feel guilty of it.
Point of order. This is not about people. Point of order.
This is about what?
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. You can talk to legal.
No, I can tell them.
Welcome back, everyone. Councilor McGrath.
I was just going to read the motion to make a comment.
I think we already have the motion.
Motion's done?
Motion's
Okay.
already there, yeah.
So I guess what I'd like to say, Mr. Mayor, to the 5 people that spent a lot of time this summer, your own time that you kept away from your families and bring us back a selection. That's the way committees work. So I want to thank the committee, first of all. And then I'd like to thank the fire chief. He's always been a good guy. And for what you done in the summer, you came into a very heated situation and you managed well. And I think you're a good face for the community. I've told you that a number of years ago. Sometimes the job of a CAO is not an easy one. It's almost like being a dad trying to trying to keep all the kids equal. So I appreciate the service you gave very sincerely, and I'd appreciate the people that spent time away from their barbecues and the lakes and stuff to work on behalf of us, council members, and you support the council decisions. So appreciate you all, and I don't want to seem the type of guy to be a bully. I'm only trying to look out for you, Councillor Dogger. I can share with you experiences that try to save other people from the grief. So I apologize this evening if you felt, because I do know a little bit, and you know, you gotta, if you didn't vote, you just make your situation worse. So I wasn't trying to be a showstopper.
Thank you, Councilor Roth. Councilor Dogar? Oh, your button.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, everybody, if I disturbance. I have to be in my mind very clear how to proceed because I didn't know the man. Neither I wanted to say yes, neither no. I don't want to spoil somebody's career. My one vote from my side matters. Now, in respect to my colleagues who came to me, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris Davis. And I will use my right to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Is there any other debate points or comments from council? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with 2 opposed. Next item we have on the agenda is reconsideration of capital budget amendment dated July 11, 2023, the Clearwater Highway pre-design cancellation. Councilor McGrath. So moving on to that item, I'll ask Councilor McGrath to read the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to get to the back page here. This funkies. Thank you, Councillor Funky. Whereas in 2016, I'm sorry, I think you said this, Mayor. Whereas in 2016, $5 million was allocated in the 2017 budget for the municipality's contribution to the overall pre-design costs of the proposed East Clearwater Highway, and was subject to a commitment from other partners for the remaining pre-design. And whereas on July 11, 2023, Council approved a capital budget amendment that resulted in the cancellation of the East Clearwater pre-design. And whereas Council's procedure bylaw number 18/020, allows a councillor who voted on a prevailing side of a motion the authority to serve notice of intention to reconsider the motion of subsequent council meeting, provided that the motion has not been acted upon irrevocably. Therefore, be it resolved that council reconsider the motion of July 11, 2023 to approve the capital budget amendment, project cancellation, and the revised cash flow of capital projects, which resulted in the cancellation of the East Clearwater Highway pre-design.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have someone second the motion? Councilor Weigel.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Any other delegates to this item?
There are no registered delegates for this item, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Do we have any questions followed by debate points of council?
A question with regard to this. From what I understand, this project had 2 parties, the province and us. And from what I understand, and I just need clarity, the province has canceled their part. So as I read this motion, it was our part of $5 million contribution to a project that provincially no longer exists. So is that accurate? Am I stating this accurately?
No. If I may, I believe that if I can educate you all, the $5 million from the province was promised, committed, was never canceled. And I'm not the best reader of materials, as Lady Jane and Lance can tell you. So buried deep in that amendment was the East Clearwater Highway. And there's not just two partners, it's industry partners. It's to do with the 18-to-1. It's tied into the Indigenous people, a Par 4 partnership. So when we got the report back from the government, you could build a road with wheelbarrows in a million years. Simply put, if we don't get a commute to take people home, we can turn the lights out. We spend millions downtown fixing downtown. We spend millions up the hill. And I know this because I was part of it. And it's not canceled. So what we'll have an internal struggle. The Peace region might draw somebody else's attention. And I think during the election, we didn't know, but there's going to be a road built from the east. So there's a lot more here this evening at stake than the $5 million. The $5 million was seed money. The other $5 million from the province was seed money. And the industry were going to give us people. And part of that is in the articles of incorporation into our 18-to-1. That's, I think we're going to saw off about 6.5-to-1. Why this is dear to me? The 686, come across the 686, we're on the back of Suncor, and 40 kilometers we're at the Firebag facilities. If we don't come together and bring people home, our population is just going to shrink. It's going down and down and down. And the biggest kick for me is we made a deal with the province. We made a deal with the industry. So yeah, you bet. Are we going to fight back? Maybe you will, maybe you won't, but I will.
Which is fair.
But I was involved in it, so, you know, at the end of the day, I don't complain about stuff. We bring solutions. And I'm asking my colleagues today, you can either put it back in the budget, because we got to get the province on board.
Mr. Mayor, in terms of my question, I would like administration to respond if the project has been, because I'm not prepared to commit $5 million to a non-existent project that's motivated by like the passion of Mr. McGrath. I completely respect that. But committing $5 million to a project that really doesn't exist, I have trouble with.
If I may, thank you, Councillor Granison, through the chair. Very short to say that the government of Alberta has signaled clearly that their focus has changed from the East Clearwater Highway to 686, and that is now their focus.
So that partner is pulled out of the equation, as based on what you just said, and whether industry supports now the province's new agenda is yet to be seen. So committing money to what we don't know just doesn't make sense to me. So I based on that information, I wouldn't be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Granison. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I guess I'm just looking for more information. I know when I sat on council from 13 to 17, there didn't seem to be an appetite from industry to support this. The understanding I got from them was that wasn't going to change their business model. They were still going to continue to do fly in, fly out, even if the excuse me, East Clearwater Highway chopped off 40 minutes or 30 minutes on their commute, that their model was the way it was and that it wasn't going to change. So did that I guess strategy change on last council with industry?
Well, to the chair, I guess I'll sum it all up in this picture, Lance. We've been greased by the province and the feds for centuries. And let's give up on, I just say to you guys, I would still respect the vote, but this is not a big passion of mine. This is what we were promised. That's the difference. And the only way to hold to account are the people that are in elected positions. So I'd put it on the floor. Don't want to take no more of your time. We can vote for it. If it passes, it passes. And you might think it's a pipe dream right now, but I know there's 7 years went into egress and access roads, 2 awards and not an inch of road. So as long as we sit and be had, we'll never change. So if we don't push the envelope ourselves, you talk about $5 million. $5 million. I've seen $5 million pissed out the door in a week here with no return. So maybe that's what drives my passion is that I was at the table and some of the guys are still there, like, you know, there's people still there. So just, I would respectfully ask you to call the question. And that's what's beautiful about politics. You win the vote, you lose a vote, but there's no lose. You win and you learn.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Is there anything else?
I just had one more question for Councilor McGrath. Is this like the Henday model where it's a P3 with other partners, or is it just?
There was actually the first P4 model.
P4, okay.
But that's some of the, and as far as parking the money, it's all been parked because the province have a free ride so far.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Grandison?
I certainly agree with Councilor McGrath in terms of the province not behaving as responsible partners in many, many, many things. And I absolutely categorically agree. What I have trouble with, I think everything that Councilor McGrath has said can be done without committing $5 million to the project. We still need to hold the province accountable and see if we can get them online, but it doesn't require a commitment that ties up $5 million to a project that doesn't exist. That's where I have no problem supporting it. I have no problem fighting it, doing what we need to do with regards to the roads. What I have trouble with is committing $5 million of taxpayers' money to a project that right now doesn't exist in the hopes that it's going to perhaps do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Majoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I need some clarification. I thought this is a cancellation, so we are returning the money back to the purse, correct or no?
Money back in the purse.
Because the partners are not going ahead, or I just need a clarification. One, yeah, from you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Company. We had the cash stashed for the project. And in the amended capital budget request, the money was sitting stale. So we voted to take it out. And the next morning I woke up and I thought, man, the Clearwater Drive is dead because we took all our skin out of the game. So if somebody don't lead, it'll never come to fruition. So tonight, you can vote yes, you can vote no. But it's not the first time we have some park cash. But it's not just park cash. It's a signal that we still have skin in the game.
I'm not sure he answered me, but
But I would say call the question because, you know,
he wants to go home.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Kenny.
Councillor Ball?
I heard.
In the mountains. Looks like snowmobile.
Not snowmobiling. Thank you. Through the chair to, I guess, Councilor McGrath. Just for some history, do you know the valuation of what that project potentially was going to be?
Well,
the overall value?
Through the chair, we done a model from the airport by rail car. It was instrumental in one of the companies. That was going to cost about $1.2 billion. And I tell you, through the chair again, there is a bit of a report back that we did pay for the road I'm talking about. And I think they were using wheelbarrows and hand shovels. Because in the spirit of all this, I'm sure as we develop as a community and we get our next chop of layoffs next week, you'll see where we're headed. But anyways, at the end of the day, Councillor Ball, I'm sorry, I can only tell you that it was north of $1 billion, but part of that was about the tax ratio reduction and all hands on deck to build a road.
Okay. Further to that, Councilor McGrath, was there not there were other reasons for doing this, as I recall. Was this not supposed to be a new dangerous goods route?
It was, I guess you can say it was harnessed with evacuations, harnessed with, it wouldn't be dangerous goods because unless they tied it up with the egress and access roads and done your crossing at Christina Lake, and then you would have the whole east side. But councillors weren't given the package that came back. But I have a bit of a passion in that we could all roll over and die for the oil sands, but we all have houses here, and it'd be nice to retire someday. The whole spirit of this is moving people, moving goods, because that's what we do. Like right now, we've set ourselves up just to show how the oil sands have changed. We have to drive past Aurora to get to it. So you have to build roads that make sense. And to me, not just me, a lot of people, it makes sense because we spill millions of dirt a day just over a cuff. We can build a road to the future. And I'm sorry to babble on about it, but it's hard to take when you sit down with the same ministers that are in government today. They're at the table. And they put stuff on, take it away. But if we bail out, as councillors and the mayor, we're saying we're not interested either. That's what I get from it. But we call the vote, and it won't be the first one.
I have a few more comments.
I don't know, Kenny. I don't know. Can I get a headache?
Oh, sorry. No, I just I struggle with this one a little bit.
Well, we
relative to the valuation. But as far as the safety of the community, 686 does nothing for us relative to the safety of the community for moving dangerous goods. And I know it was a huge concern years back where we were moving all of the dangerous goods north and south directly through downtown. And as I recall, that was part of the reason we were looking at doing your East Clearwater Highway that would take that away from running those goods through town. So I do support the idea of this. I just don't know what the valuation is. And if there was a way to, like you say, 5 million, we piss that away every day. So I don't disagree with you. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjogo.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I wanted to know this 5 million, what can it do for us? What's the total cost of doing the road?
So,
because if we need, you're talking about $1 billion or something?
So over $1 billion. So I guess through the chair, if I may, to build my daughter a dollhouse, I'd have to build a picture because I wasn't an engineer. I wouldn't put it on paper. To build a road, you need to do
the design,
a pre-design, and that money was seeded for a pre-design without the geotechnical stuff. And what makes sense to the community? What makes sense to the oil sands? What makes sense to the indigenous people crossing native lands? And actually, we were going to bring the feds in.
Okay.
I'm not sitting here to build a road. My point is, we earmarked money for the project because it meant something to the community. And somehow, deep in the papers, that was backed out of the budget. And I didn't realize it that night because I don't write everything through a fine-tooth comb. My apologies. But the motion's on the floor. We're all grown people representing everybody here in the community. And if it's yes or no, I'm still going to sleep good tonight, hopefully.
So this is for the design only?
Pre-design.
And then pre-design, and if we don't carry on the project in the next couple of years, it's still going to be useful. I'm not,
I'm not an engineer. Be clear, this vote is for us to reconsider. Yeah. So by voting yes, if this passes, we do another vote, which actually puts the 5 million back in for the project. So this vote is just for us to reconsider for another vote.
Oh, to reconsider.
That's what this vote is for.
That's easy.
So we can, the actual vote is the next portion.
Okay.
Councilor Grannison?
All I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, is that all of the information is that if 5 million is committed and the province doesn't want to do the project, then we're either going to vote to take it out or we're going to spend it on a project that's not going to happen. That's my fear.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Granson. With that, we'll just call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Thank you. Two votes,
opposed.
sorry. I didn't see him back there.
You're in favor, too late, Doger. Too late.
No, thank you.
Can't change your vote. That's right.
Just,
No, he was in favor.
Can we take a revote?
he said he's in favor.
Anderson opposed?
Yeah. So now that the motion's been reconsidered, can I have someone make the next motion?
Next motion. What's the next one?
Anybody?
Where's the piece of paper?
Page 21.
Page what? 21? Oh, sorry, right here. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2023 capital budget amendment, as summarized on the attachment 1, 2023 capital budget amendment, project cancellation dated July 11, 2023, be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects, as summarized on attachment 2, 2023 capital budget amendment, project cancellation, project cash flow summary dated July 11, 2023, be approved.
Okay, to be clear, Councillor McGrath, this is the cancellation one. So to put it back in, do we want to get?
So through the chair to council, so when reconsideration happens and is approved, the next motion for debate of council procedurally is the motion from July 11th. So before you is the motion exactly as it's worded from July 11th council meeting. And the motion, if you approve it, would take that funding away from that budget. So if council's intention is to keep that funding set aside for pre-design for this project, you would need to vote opposed.
So
You'd
if you're
need to be in opposition to the motion.
So if
Just
you're
for clarity.
supporting Councillor McGrath, you would vote opposed to this. So he has a motion there. Can I have someone second that? Can I have someone second Councillor McGrath's motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you.
Just a, if I can, just a point of clarity. To keep the money in the can and keep our eye on the job, we'd have to say no to this motion already?
Correct.
I didn't want to vote against myself. That would be the first. I pulled a few hanks in here, but that would be the first.
Okay.
Got to vote no. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah, yes. No.
Okay. It took
Are there
me
any
and you a little while, hey,
comments,
buddy.
questions, or debate points? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? No.
No, you say no? Because if you say no, it's supported?
No, we're voting all in favor first. So all in favor?
We remove the funding from.
Right, so Councillor Dogar and Councillor Grandison?
You got it right.
And opposed? And everybody else. Okay, that's defeated with 2 opposed. Thanks, everyone. That was another experience. Have a good night.